Hello, everyone. This is Brett, and thank you for tuning in to today's ranking video. We're going to be covering the band Nine Inch Nails, their albums, their non-album tracks, and EPs. I encourage you to check out some of our past rankings that we've done recently. We've covered the Jesus and Mary Chains, Slow Dive, Bauhaus, Smashing Pumpkins, Cocteau Twins, Dead Can Dance, etc., etc. I'd like to take this moment to introduce my guests. Frank Deserto, who writes the
Hello.
Systems of Romance music blog, writes for postpunk.com, a member of the musical outfit known as the Harrow, curator of the upcoming, or not the upcoming, it's just been released, the Cherry Red Records compilation, No Songs Tomorrow, a dark wave journey. Thank you once again, Frank, for joining us. Next up in the rad shirt over there is Greg Fasolino. Greg has written for Creem, Fangoria, Trouser Press, Guitar for the Practicing Musician, former member of the Naked and the Dead, Bell Hollow, and currently also a member of the Harrow. He's a musical archivist featuring a YouTube channel filled with loads of content, concerts, rare recordings, and interviews. Thank you for joining us, Greg.
Thank you as always, Brett.
And we'd like to welcome to the show for his first time, Mr. Barrett Hiatt. Hello, Barrett.
Howdy.
Current keyboard player and percussionist of the New York City band Bootblacks since 2016. Previously a member of the Harrow with Frank and Greg, as well as a remixer and sometimes reluctant DJ. And if you're new to the channel, my name is Brett. Besides doing this channel, I teach music, singer and bass player of the band Audra since 1991. Wow. And have toured and recorded with a Project Records artist, Black Tape for Blue Girl, and Unto Ashes. So thank you all for joining us. You're in for a long video today, so I'm going to thank you in advance for watching. We're going to start off by ranking the albums of Nine Inch Nails, and then at the end, we are going to do our 10 favorite non-album tracks as well. Before we get started, Nine Inch Nails formed in 1988 by Trent Reznor in Cleveland, Ohio. Nine Inch Nails they released their debut album, Pretty Hate Machine, in 1989 and have since released 10 more studio albums, a handful of EPs, over 20 singles, 3 remix albums, a live album, loads of soundtrack work, and much, much more. They've sold over 20 million albums worldwide, nominated for over a dozen Grammys, and were inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2020. Industrial, electronic, alternative, ambient. And if you're not super familiar with Nine Inch Nails' complete body of work, we hope that this video will be a gateway to more discovery. As always, before we start, we got a couple rounds of trivia to determine what order we will be revealing our lists in. So since Barrett, since you are first time on the show, you get question 1, 2 points if you get it right. Then it'll move to Frank and then to Greg after that. And if Barrett misses it, then 1 point for whoever gets it right after that. All right, here we go. Question number 1. In July/August 1991, Nine Inch Nails would tour the USA as part of the first ever Lollapalooza touring festival. Name the 4 members of Nine Inch Nails that were on that tour.
Okay. Well, you definitely have Chris Brenna. He was definitely there. Are you looking at me funny already? Is that not true?
That is not correct.
What?
Oh!
Whoa.
That's over to Frank.
Wow. All right. So was Jeff Ward the drummer? Or Jeff Ward? I'm going to go with Jeff Ward. Jeff Ward was there. Richard Patrick was there. Trent Reznor, and you're saying a 4th member. That's the one I'm blanking on. It wasn't. Oh God. Hang on. Let me think about it. Let me think about this. Jeff Ward. I'm missing the other one. I'm sorry. I did the lion's share, but I can't remember.
Jeff Ward.
All right, yeah. Greg, over to you. Do you want to sweep in and get the 4th member?
I'm racking my brains. So this would be, I assume, the keyboardist. Who was on keyboards? Not Charlie Clouser. No. I give up.
All right, so we have Trent Reznor, Jeff Ward, Richard Patrick, James Woolley.
It was
James
Wooly.
Woolley was there. I didn't realize it
Woolly
was Woolley.
Bear.
I should have just guessed. Yeah.
All
Oh,
right.
man.
R.I.P.
0 points on round
Yeah.
1. All right, over to you, Frank.
Okay.
All right.
Mm.
In 2020, as previously mentioned, Nine Inch Nails were inducted to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. This music legend gave their introduction speech.
Oh my God. Wait, why couldn't I get this one? Oh, the
hi.
cat knows.
The cat knows. Do you know? Hello. Do you know who it was? I know it was the other. I know this is the other way around. I know it doesn't count, but I know he did the speech for The Cure. But who did his? Who did his? Was it? It wasn't. Wasn't Johnny Depp? Was it? No.
That is incorrect. Over to you, Greg.
Okay.
I'm gonna pass. I don't know.
All right, Barrett.
Iggy Pop.
1 point for Barrett.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah.
All right. Over to you,
Because I
Greg.
definitely remember going, man, it should have been Bowie, but you know. But Iggy Pop was a good one. He did a good job.
All right, Greg. In
All right.
1990, the band would hit the road on 4 separate tours promoting their debut album. On 2 of said tours, they were the opening act. Name the 2 artists that they opened for on 2 of those tours.
Skinny Puppy?
That is incorrect. Let's go over to Barrett.
The Jesus and Mary Chain and Peter Murphy.
1 point for Barrett. All right. Barrett is in the lead after, what is that, the 3rd round, 2-0-0. All right, and that's back to you now for a chance to make it 4. All right, please listen closely to this one. Nine Inch Nails contributed the song The Perfect Drug on David Lynch's Lost Highway soundtrack. It was released in 1997, the same year as this film about a young boy that befriends a runaway with an amazing talent for basketball.
Hold on. Can you repeat that one more time? In 1997,
I'll try.
This movie also came out that featured.
So the movie came out the same year as Perfect Drug / Lost Highway. And the film is about a young boy that befriends a runaway with an amazing talent for basketball.
I mean, it wasn't the Basketball Diaries.
That is incorrect. Over to you, Frank.
It was Air Bud. You got to get Air Bud in there one time, don't you?
Air Bud?
Oh my God, we've been doing Air Bud jokes for months.
Oh man,
Brett has just peaked. That is peak Brett trivia right there. That was amazing.
I
Wow.
reserved that one especially for Barrett because I knew he wouldn't be prepped for the Air Bud reference. Okay.
I was gonna say Space Jam.
I'm very happy that I got the 1 point I've gotten so far off of Air Bud and not any actual Nine Inch Nails trivia.
Okay. All right. Over to you,
I
Frank.
feel like I just got what's his name doing the Mac and Me on Conan all the time. Paul Rudd.
Oh man. Okay. Here we go. Over to you, Frank. Here's another long intro. Okay. Speaking of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, due to the pandemic in 2020, the band wasn't able to reunite live on stage with old members to perform after their induction. It was only in September of 2022 that the band played a show in Cleveland, home of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And for the final 6 songs of the set, Nine Inch Nails brought out Patrick, Klauser, Lohner, and Vrenna to perform with the band. They did 6 songs. Name 5 of the 6.
5 of the 6. Eraser was one. Barrett was there. I'm sorry, buddy. Eraser was one. Head Like a Hole. Hey Man, Nice Shot was one of them. Let's see. There were other songs. Oh God. Give me a second.
I have the actual set list downstairs. You want me to grab it?
You do.
Give me 2 more, Frank. 2 more.
Two more. It's from that era. It's got to be from that era. I'm sure one of them was it Wish?
All right, we need one more.
And then I'm also going to go with. I'm thinking, going through the track listing here of everything. It wasn't. No, it wasn't that. It was. No, I can't choke on this. I can't choke. I'm so close. It wasn't. Gave up. Was Gave Up one of them?
There you
Frank,
go.
2 points.
There we
And
go.
the last one was Barrett, you know?
The last one?
Yeah, what was the 6th?
Oh, had like a hole, gave up. Was it Sin?
It was Sin, yep. All right.
Then, yeah.
Do I get a bonus point for that?
No.
No, that was
That would have
good,
been,
man.
you should have
I
gotten
mean,
a bonus for that.
he was there. I got to give him some credit for that. That's all.
Okay, so right now we have Frank in the lead. Frank inched in at 3, Barrett at 2, Greg, you're at 0, and Greg, this is your last opportunity to get on the board right here. Okay, and I will put in a bonus point. No, I won't put a bonus point in this. Oh, here it is. I was trying to figure out a way to reword the question, but I just couldn't get it together. Okay, Greg, the music video for Head Like a Hole was filmed at the Exit nightclub in this city.
Chicago?
For 2 points, Greg. All right,
Right.
so that ends trivia. So Frank, you ended up taking over on that one. So you can decide the order that you want to go in.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised. And again, I got to thank Airbud. I got to thank that lovable dead dog for for giving me that first boost. Giving me the boost. Airbud, paw to heaven, man. Anyway, basically, I don't really. The order doesn't matter to me so much, but I think Barrett should be first.
Okay, I'll just go in the same order we did the trivia. We'll go Barrett, Frank, Greg, myself.
Sounds good.
Before we start, because we haven't talked about this, I want to just give a rundown of the releases we're including in this album ranking part of the video. So, Pretty Hate Machine, of course, the Broken EP, the Downward Spiral, the Fragile, With Teeth, Year Zero, Ghosts 1 through 4, The Slip, Hesitation Marks, Not the Actual Events EP, Add Violence EP, Bad Witch, Ghosts 5, and Ghosts 6. So we have a total of 14 releases. We're going to go in the order from 14 to 1. Each of us is going to mention our 3 favorite songs, and we will collectively each make our own playlist, so you guys can tune in that. All that'll be linked in the description, along with links for Greg, links for Barrett, and links for Frank if you want to check out their musical projects as well. And then when we get to each of our number ones, we're going to do, as usual, we're each going to take a guess at what we thought everyone's number one, which we've written down in advance. So Barrett, take it away with your number 14.
Well, it was a tough one, because I actually really thought going into this that it was going to be one thing, but then after re-listening to everything, I had to move a few things around. And my least favorite is, and it's probably for a lot of reasons, but one of which is it came out at a time where something else came out that I was way more into. And I was kind of surprised by this, but it is Ghosts 6. I really love Trent's instrumental stuff, but I think for me, the reason that this is ranked so low is it came out right at the beginning of COVID. And at the time, he was well into his scoring career and had put out a plethora of soundtracks already. So I felt kind of bombarded by Trent instrumentals. So it really kind of took a backseat to another record that came out at the same time that I felt like I had to mention, because I don't think it gets nearly enough credit. Atticus Ross put out the Dispatches from Elsewhere soundtrack, and it came out right around the same time. And I think this is far superior. I highly recommend everybody check this out. The show is actually pretty good too, but Atticus, just by himself, without Trent, put out that soundtrack, and I found myself listening to that way more. It just that was the album that kind of got me through the first half of COVID. So I'm sorry for throwing something else out instead, but I felt it was the reason why this album ranks so low for me. And as far I talk about the 3 tracks now.
Mhm.
This was really tough. This was probably the hardest to find 3 tracks that I really could say that I liked, because a lot of them are really long. They're like 10 minutes, 9 minutes, 7 minutes. And every time I found myself going, this is the one that I really like, it would change and I wouldn't like that part. And so it was a really kind of complicated record to rank. But what I'm gonna kind of just name them off without any real more mention of what's in the song, what I like about the song. I'm just gonna rattle them off. I liked Run Like Hell. I liked Trust Fades, and it was Just Breathe. Again, I found this was probably the one album where there were actually parts of it that felt like I was listening to a dog whistle. And I don't know if it was just certain pitches. There were certain parts in the songs where I had to skip, and that is a lot for me to say with anything Nine Inch Nails related. So yeah, that's what I got about
All right.
that.
Number 14 for Barrett, Ghost 6 Locusts. Over to you, Frank, for your number 14.
It's also my number 14. I have on my phone here. So, everything Barrett said is true. I stand by, +1 to all of that. I only really listened to both Ghosts 5 and 6 like a handful of times when they came out. It was the right time for him to do that. I really admired that he did that. It was free. The biggest problem for me is I didn't have a physical release. Nothing had a physical copy. I couldn't hold anything in my hand, even if I pretended to. There's so much doom scrolling that I couldn't really pay attention to this record. I was oversaturated with the instrumentals, and I agree about different parts of it being more abrasive than others. Some parts are great. There's a lot of creeping dread and tension, but then other parts, it just goes in 180 and just sounds completely unlistenable in some spots. And I love industrial music. I love Lynchian nightmare music. I love the Eraserhead soundtrack, all the things that sort of go into this record, but it's just not terribly for me. I feel they're so long and sprawling, and the reason the earlier Ghosts records work for me, I'll talk about that later, is that they're cohesive, shorter, more focused, all of these things, and this is just such a mind F of an experience that it's kind of hard to get behind, and maybe the second time I listen to it, and I just don't know if I really care to again. But my 3 favorite songs, though, Trust Fades, Barrett mentioned, is my 3rd favorite. It's kind of hypnotic. Almost Dawn, which is the closing track, I thought was I liked how it was very simple, the little piano motif, and had a throbbing heart in the center. And then Run Like Hell, rather. I liked that it had the Black Star influence, all that Bowie influence that he's been kind of seeping way into his music. And it delivered on the tension of the previous track, the Worriment Waltz, and then it opened up in this drumming, clouds of trumpets, coil-esque sounds, things like that. That track's just pretty cool. So number 14 is Ghost 6 Locusts for me.
Oh, so we had two of the 3.
Yeah.
2 of the 3, yeah. Yeah, it's always fun to see where these things line up and how we all the synergy.
I'm especially surprised at that, considering that was a doozy to pick from.
Yeah, well, the standouts are the standouts, I suppose.
All right, over to you, Greg, number 14.
Well, I'm going to break the streak.
Oh.
I'm picking at number 14, and I think everything, as I'm sure you guys would all agree, everything Trent does is at least interesting. But I had to pick something that I found that I don't return to often or at all, and so I ended up going with Ghosts 1 to 4. And the reason is because it feels like it's sometimes pleasant to me, it's sometimes stimulating, but again, I don't really want to return very much to it. I feel like in comparison to the other Ghosts records and the soundtrack instrumentals, these really do seem like fragments to me. And I remember thinking to myself, if this was an unknown artist, if it wasn't Nine Inch Nails, would I care to listen to it a second time, most of it? And the answer really was maybe not. There are some things on it that I really like, but when I listen to them, I'm almost frustrated because I kind of wish he had taken the best half dozen or so pieces and developed them a little more, maybe added a little vocals here and there, and then that would have made like a killer EP. But I feel like at an hour and 50 minutes, it's just too damn long. And I feel like I would like it more if he cut some of the less interesting bits to me. I had never listened to any of the Ghosts records before this more than like twice. So I kind of approached them all, without much preconception. Being honest with myself, I found this one the least interesting. The songs that I did like, my top three, are all ones that I do wish had been maybe developed a little more because they're cool. Number three is 16 Ghosts 2, which is really funky and prickly. I really enjoy that one. Number two, 8 Ghosts 1, which is like a monstrous stomp. And that's kind of one where I wish it like went on a little longer and there was like maybe something else to it. And then my favorite one was 31 Ghosts 4, which I really wanted more of. I love the part where it goes into this wild shredder type solo, which I'm assuming is guitar, but knowing Trent, it could be samples or something else, but it sounds like shredding type guitar, which is so unusual in Nine Inch Nails, and I thought that was fun. But overall, it's not a record I would go back to very often.
31 was played live during the Lights in the Sky tour, and that was actually a pretty awesome moment. So I hear you on that one. 31 was great. But yeah, sorry to interject.
That's cool.
All right. So number 14, I'm going to join with Frank and Barrett there with Ghosts 6 Locusts. Frank mentioned about how 5 and 6 were only released digitally. So I never had listened to either 5 or 6 prior to us preparing for this video, just because I gravitate towards physical. When it's digital, I tend to just forget about things or just didn't know they were out. So so these were first time listens for me over the last month. And just a little backdrop, this is technically the 11th album and it came out in 2020. So this is the most recent Nine Inch Nails album. I find, and I don't know how you guys feel about this, but I found it kind of difficult to rank these Ghost albums in with the regular kind of normal Nine Inch Nails albums because they do feel like soundtracks. But this is my least favorite of all the Ghost material. I find it unsettling. The track When It Happens gave me anxiety. I always think about when I hear a track that makes me feel anxious, I just think, it's Arizona here, man. In the summer, like I think your car breaks down and it's 115 degrees on the freeway and you're in the far left lane and you're trying to figure out how to get over to the right. And this song is stuck on a loop. And I just think how I wouldn't even be able to breathe. So that's that track in particular. But I did choose 3 favorites on this one. Number 3, Your New Normal. Number 2, Trust Fades, which I think all 3 of us had. And for the number 1, I picked this one, even though this track is unsettling. I thought the opening track, The Cursed Clock, I like how stark it is. The sound of a solo piano, and you can hear that it's mic'd because you can hear the sound of the keys. And I love that when you can recognize that in a recording. Ominous. It actually sounds like something you'd hear like in a late 1970s TV movie, perhaps about a cloud of locusts that descends onto a small town. So anyways, that's my number 14 is Ghosts. Number 6, Locusts. Over to you, Barrett, for number 13.
Number 13. Okay. This I went with what I thought was going to be my ultimate last one here. Let me grab my CD here as I can show off. The Slip.
Hmm.
I've always had a bit of a problem with this record, and I don't know if it was when it came out, it almost felt like we were all of a sudden having this overwhelming influx of material. Like he had just put out With Teeth, Ghosts, Year Zero, and then The Slip, all like within less than 2 years. It was just a lot. And there's not a lot that I mean, I consider it an EP more than an album, really. Half of it is more instrumentals. So there's not even really a lot of songs with lyrics on it. But that being said, a few of them became kind of live staples. So I kind of got used to hearing them a lot just from going to all the shows. But yeah, it just never really grabbed me the way anything else has. But there were some gems on it for sure. And I think I was at least able to my top three was pretty easy on this one because I knew immediately the three songs that I thought were really great on this, which is kind of funny saying that after what I just said about half of it being instrumentals because two of them are. I'm going to go number 3, The Four of Us Are Dying. Number 2, Demon Seed. And number 1, Echoplex. Echoplex was a bit surprising to me. I like how it kind of just starts off with the drum machine. And it was really kind of fun live, especially when Josh Reese was in the band, because he would kind of do this Wheel of Fortune thing on where like behind him on a screen, he was just tapping squares and it was like the drum machine, but on a huge, screen behind them. And I thought that was kind of fun and neat. And so that track always just kind of stuck out to me, I guess maybe mostly because of that, but I do think it's a fun song. I like hearing it whenever it comes on. It's not like something that I would skip or anything like that. But yeah, The Slip, I think the best part about The Slip, I think, was the April Fool's album that came out of it. Strobe Light.
Strobe Light.
Which I wish was an actual album because man, those song titles on there were gems. If anyone's not aware of Strobe Light, look that one up. That was a fun one.
So number 13, over to you, Frank.
All right, so this one actually, I thought mine was going to be The Slip. Honestly, it's not. I am actually shocked to put this here, considering how much I loved it when it came out. But it's Bad Witch from 2018. I really loved this when it came out. I loved how Black Star it was. I love David Bowie, like, Fat Kid Love Cake. So much, yeah, we got our tattoos the day he died. I liked that he was trying something different. The first 2 EPs in this EP trilogy were kind of standard. 9 Inch Nails Fair, we'll get to those later. But Bad Witch just felt like a really big left turn. And I commended it for that. I remember being online to get those Radio City Music Hall tickets and hearing, I think, Ahead of Ourselves, and play the goddamn part on a pair of headphones and be like, this is so cool, what is this? And but really, like The Slip, like Barrett said about The Slip, I have a problem with there being not 1, but 2 instrumental tracks on Bad Witch. I thought it was a little much after all the soundtrack work. And I think one of them leading into God's Break Down the Door is cool. And then the other one is just totally unnecessary. I don't even remember what was it called? I'm Not From This World. Doesn't do anything for me. So really, having that take up so much airtime on this record really knocked it down a peg or 2 for me. So I really love the 3 tracks I chose. Number 3 being Ahead of Ourselves, which is a really nasty, caustic little piece of work. I love the closing track, Over and Out, where time is running out. Like that really like unnecessarily dramatic bit, but I really like that he bends his voice in a way like that. And then God Break Down the Door, which kind of was my favorite track on here, which delivers on a lot of the Lost Highway, dark jazz, Black Star, drum and bass, Perfect Drug kind of style. So I love that track. So really though, on the whole though, just leaves me a little cold. Bad Witch, number 13.
All right, Greg, over to you.
All right, you guys really didn't think I was going to pick Locusts much higher than this, did you? All right, I gotta join the three of you and pick Ghost 6 Locusts at number 13. I like it a little bit than I think the rest of you guys do. It's very harrowing, abstract, like a movie soundtrack, but I enjoy the sax on it. I enjoy the abstraction on it. Reminds me of like some of the Miles Davis albums from like the early 60s, like or late 50s, like Sketches of Spain or Ascension to the Scaffold. And I'm a big Miles Davis fan. I really like that kind of cool jazz and bebop stuff. And this somehow reminded me of that in some aspects. And that's where that was my in to liking it a little bit more than maybe you did. I feel like the title is pretty apt because sometimes it does sound like a dark, whirring cloud of insects, but it's not my favorite, but I enjoyed it more than I thought I would. And for my songs, I actually really like When It Happens, Don't Mind Me, because the chiming, ringing sounds in it reminded me a lot of like some of the really early Sonic Youth stuff that was very Glenn Branca influenced. That's like that treated guitar, or maybe even like early Neubauten. It had this kind of industrial classical feel that I kind of that reminded, brought me back to that time period when I was listening to a lot of that stuff. So I didn't find it annoying. I kind of liked it. My second choice is Around Every Corner. And then my favorite was Run Like Hell, which I actually thought was a fantastic piece. I really love the marimba in it. It reminded me a little of The Creatures. And I really like how it randomly transitions from that kind of almost tropical jazzy thing to this drum and bass breakdown. I thought that was fun. It kind of made me stand up and go, "Ooh, interesting." So it's not a pleasant record, but I found it more interesting, I think. So yeah, Ghost for 6 Locusts.
All right, number 13 for me. Just kidding.
I almost fell out of my chair.
Ghosts 1 through 4.
You guys, what up?
So, the 6th album came out in 2008. This is a hard one to discuss. When Greg was naming just the numbers, I'm just kind of, it's like without song titles, it's a hard one to kind of.
That was the hardest thing about that. It was like going, which one was that? Like, oh
yeah,
shit, what
very
number?
difficult. And we're talking about, what is it, like 38? Is it like 38 songs or 36? It's
36, I think, right?
Yeah.
With 2 extras.
So my 3 favorites on this one, 5 Ghost 1. Frank brought up David Lynch, and that to me has a total Twin Peaks vibe, and it would fit really nicely in some of those scenes. Number 2, 28 Ghosts 4. I really dig the banjo and that the guitar theme that enters in like the last 2 minutes, really nice. And then number 1, 12 Ghosts 1, which is interesting because Greg, you chose a Roxy Music record in the background there. And there's a melody in there that reminds me of Mother of Pearl by Roxy Music. So Ghosts 1 through 4 is my number 13 pick.
Nice.
All right, number 12, back over to you, Barrett.
All right, so man, this one was, it really hurts to put this so far down the list, because it actually is Halo 33. Now, yeah, Ghosts 5 together. For those of you who don't know, since the dawn of the internet, my online handle has been Halo 33. I knew the Halo numbering system from 9 Inch Nails, so that is obviously a 9 Inch Nails reference, and 33 is my favorite number. So that was just something that has stuck with me literally since, like, way back in the Prodigy AOL days. And so there was a long while that I never actually thought there would be a Halo 33. I didn't think Trent had it in him to get that far. And and then it came out in the beginning of COVID. I was like, oh my God, Halo 33, and it's a ghost. And I got to admit, I was a big fan of 1 through 4. So when this came out and it was a Halo 33, I said, oh my God, this is probably going to be my favorite thing they've ever done. And it turned out not to be. Basically for the same reasons that I gave Locusts. It was just kind of, I think mostly bad timing, and it just never really had a lot that stuck with me. Again, saying that I was listening to Atticus's soundtrack more. So it is kind of a bummer. And also, like you had mentioned, no physical copy. I was very bummed that a Halo 33 I could not hold in my hands. Um, Maybe that'll change one day. Maybe he'll put it out, and maybe I'll listen to it some more. But for now, it is pretty low on the list. I think it's so hard to rank these instrumental albums higher than albums with vocals and lyrics because, like I said, he just has so much soundtrack work that it's hard for these to stand out. But with that being said, my three, I got to go backwards here. Uh, Your Touch, and followed by With Faith. And then my favorite was definitely Together, the title track. I feel like that song by itself, I think, makes the album worth it. Like it has all the things that I love in a Nine Inch Nails instrumental. It's the melancholy kind of just there's a sadness there, but there is also a little bit of hope. And I think that's what I liked about that more so than Locust, which, like you said, was just full of dread and kind of anxiety. I think Together was the kind of like, no, we're gonna get through this thing. And so yeah, that's pretty much all I gotta say about that one.
All right. Number 12, Frank.
All right, so this one I like a lot more than Barrett. So I knew Barrett, you were gonna put it pretty low, but I'm gonna go with The Slip from 2008. It was a free, unexpectedly released punk. It's the most, I think, punk release of theirs. It's crisp, it's bouncy, it's fun. It has some Gang of Four moments, which I remember going to see a lot of these shows and always hearing Gang of Four on the set list, so I can tell he was really feeling that art punk vibe on this one. And it really works for me in a lot of spots. He didn't overthink this record. There's a lot of mistakes on it, a lot of from the hip kind of stuff. I think, but also some of it could have marinated more in certain spots to that same. I'm commending and discrediting the same thing at the same time, but I think he just felt so free. He's like, I'm done with Interscope. I'm free. I can do whatever I want. I'm sober. I have all this creative juices flowing, and I'm not thinking about it too much. And he just kind of dropped it, and I kind of really respect it for that. I think it's got a lot of sister sounds compared to With Teeth. And there's something to be said about the album. Barrett mentioned this already, that every song on this is better live. Hearing these songs 100 times in the live sets really made them grow on me. Like something like A Million, which is a song that on the record it just kind of seems a little frail. Like the guitar, the synth, whatever it is, seems a little thin. But live, it just sounds like it's such a great opener where the drums kick in, it just kicks my ass. It has a really great arc that it starts off so aggressive, but it descends into a lot of beauty and decay, like the Fragile. More on that later. But my favorite tracks on this my favorites are Discipline, which is such a great shake your ass kind of single. I love that he kind of makes it, no, I'm not going to sing yet, but now I'm gonna. I kind of like those sort of like fake outs he does on that track. I love Demon Seed, which is kind of half instrumental from the Ghosts era. The Ghosts 1 through 4 bonus track, but became a full-fledged whispery Nine Inch Nails moment there. It's my second favorite. My third favorite, which I hope more people mention, is Head Down, which is one of several tracks on this in the Nine Inch Nails catalog. There's an ugly verse and a beautiful chorus. Like he's yelling and screaming. It's like reverse Pixies or something. He's yelling and screaming the verse, and then the chorus is beautiful and ethereal, and he's like kind of almost romantic about it, even though it's such a nasty song. So The Slip, number 12, was it? Yeah.
Well, all right, Greg.
I'm glad
All
you
right.
mentioned it down.
For number 12, I'm going with the 2016 EP, Not the Actual Events. This EP, for some reason, just did not work for me the way some of the other ones did. It's got a lot of angst. It's very damp, dark feeling to it compared to the two EPs that followed. Or Hesitation Marks, which was even before that. It's kind of caustic and claustrophobic, but not to me in an exciting way. I really didn't like very much this one song, The Idea of You. It felt super repetitive towards the end. I was kind of like, enough. It's just not my favorite. I mean, I like their EPs a lot, but this one just I tried and tried and tried, and it just could not connect with it. So I'm gonna pick 3 songs, but even those to me kind of pale compared to the songs I love on the other EPs. Number 3, Branches/Bones, which is kind of punky and it's cool. She's Gone Away, which features Trent's wife, which I kind of liked because I also like How to Destroy Angels, his side project with her. And I thought the best song on it was Burning Bright, Field on Fire. But overall, it's just it's good. It's just not my favorite.
Can't wait to
Alright.
get to that record.
All right. So, all right, number 12 for me. I don't know what's going to be considered controversial here, so we shall see. Number 12 for me, Year Zero. The 5th album came out in 2007. So there was it's weird because it's 2007, but it was only the 5th album. So there was like a 6-year gap between the Fragile and With Teeth. And then as Barrett talked about earlier, then there was a whole bunch of stuff that came out. So Year Zero came out just 2 years after With Teeth. For me, the album, I like it, and the last quarter of the album is where it really picks up for me. I really dig the falsetto and in this twilight, night descends. Could I have been a better person if only I could do it all again? Just a great line. 3 favorite tracks. I'm going to go with The Greater Good, number 2, Zero Sum, and then my favorite is In This Twilight. So that is number 12 for me, Year Zero.
Nice.
There are some spicy takes around here, man. Some spicy
Oh, just
stuff.
wait.
Just you wait.
All right.
All right, we're back over to Barrett, right? Number 11.
Bad Witch. Out of the trilogy of EPs that we like to refer to it as, this, as Frank mentioned, I loved the experimentation going on here. A lot of sax. I'm a big sax guy. I love sax in anything.
Same
So I was into
Where's my
that.
saxophone? Do you have my saxophone there?
I still have this. I almost brought it up here just to play you a few notes, but
Thank you.
yeah, this one I liked it a lot when it came out, but it hasn't really stuck with me. And I think Frank, you said the same thing. It was cool, we were when it came out. I remember we were both excited, oh, he's changing his singing style. He's sounding like it actually did seem kind of like a Bowie tribute.
Mm.
It seemed like he had just died, and this was Trent's gift to him in a way. And so the tracks that I picked, I think, Frank, you had 2 of the same. I think it was Play the Goddamn Part into God Break Down the Door. I think those 2 kind of belong together, so I couldn't really split them up. And I really like Over and Out, actually. So that was actually my number 1 track on that. Over and Out, as soon as it starts, that beat kicks in, and I'm in. As soon as it starts, within 5 seconds, my head's nodding, and I'm like, yep, this is the track. So it was also really fun to see those tracks live, especially I think he was doing it right around Subterraneans in the set and stuff. So that was cool. A lot of this stuff, actually, for me, it does relate to seeing them live a lot. That's, I think, why some of these songs and albums stand out and stick out more than others for me. Is it's really hard to disassociate those feelings I've gotten from seeing them live so many times. But yeah, Bad Witch.
That was number 11. And just out of curiosity, Barrett, how many times have you seen 9 Inch Nails live?
I am on 88 times. Since January 6th, 1995. I actually have here my very first ticket stub.
Oh, very cool.
And it was at the Nassau Coliseum with Pop Will Eat Itself and the Jim Rose Circus. It was not only my first 9 Inch Nails show, it was my very first show, period. So that explains everything.
Very cool. All right, Frank, over to you, number 11.
88 times, 88 miles per hour. Where we're going, we don't need roads. But for this one, add violence. We might need some. I don't know. Okay, that joke failed. Anyway, it's add violence from 2017. This one moved around a lot because I actually really love this EP. It's the moodier middle child. I'm rocking the add violence shirt. I have the only Nine Inch Nails shirts I own these days are from the EPs, coincidentally enough. But yeah, it's the moody middle child. It starts off with Less Than, which is this crazy catchy single. Kind of seemed like by the numbers, but I really liked it. But it has some of the more moody, beautiful, textured, most unsettling music since The Fragile, and Still. Again, we're going to talk about Still a whole lot later, whether you guys like it or not. But it has a lot of weird twists and turns. Like Not Anymore is a really brutally weird track. The Background World, okay, the Background World, man. The first time I heard that, I'm like, this sounds really great. What the heck is going on with this like 20-minute decay thing? I hated that. It ruined the song for me, but now I love it. I listened to it 3 times since. Today I put it on. My son Gavin was like, "What's going on? It's all glitchy. This is kind of sus." My kid told me that a Nine Inch Nails track was sus today. He's 8. Anyway, so my 3 favorite off this. So I really like the CP. So again, where it's at this point, everything after this is like godly to me. So The Lovers is my 3rd favorite track. I love it's the spoken word reptilian sort of IDM vibe to it. I love This Isn't the Place. That really electronic waltz. It was a single, but I liked that it kind of fade back from the weird synth cover on here. It just kind of was like this, just like that was super beautiful. It's such a beautiful track. And then The Background World is my favorite track on here. I love that looping decay now. And the whole thing is just so disorienting and beautiful. I'm really glad I got to hear that track live. Even though he cut that, he just stopped the track before it would just loop.
That was
But
the
anyway,
right.
yeah. So Add Violence, this one, like I said, it moved around a lot. I almost don't feel right putting it where it is, but I got it. I said it now, so I'm stuck with it. Number 11.
All right, over to you, Greg.
All right. I don't know how spicy this is, but for number 11, I'm going with 2007's Year Zero. This was an album that I thought I liked more, and when I was listening to it in preparation for this, I was just like, if there's any of their actual full-length studio albums that to me kind of is sort of like NIN by numbers, this one kind of isn't. It just doesn't have a big impact to me, and it has the highest number of underwhelming songs compared to any of the other full lengths for me. That said, there are some things that I do like on it, though I find even stuff I do like, this one song I'm going to talk about is really frustrating to me. It's the song The Great Destroyer, which I had picking number 3 anyway, but it kind of ticks me off because every time I listen to it, I go, oof, the first half of this song is absolutely incredible and could have been one of my favorite Nine Inch Nails songs. And then it goes into this immensely abrasive noise section that lasts the entire second half of the song. But it's like, for me, that has the effect on me that the really dreadful stuff on Locusts had for you guys. Like, I just was like, why, Trent? Why?
You should have seen it live.
So yeah, I listened to the first half and then I skipped the second half. So there you go. Number 2, I picked Good Soldier, which is a pretty good song. And for my favorite is the one song on the album I really do love, which is Me, I'm Not, which I will always associate with you, Barrett,
I'm
because
glad you said that because I was going to say it as well. But yeah, go ahead.
when we were first met, we were first hanging out together. Barrett invited me over to play guest guitar on a remix he was doing of that song. And that was actually our very first musical collaboration. So that song just has a good memory for me because it's just like whenever I hear it, I'm brought back to 2007 and us recording that. And me, at the same time, through meeting me and Barrett and becoming friends with him, and he's such a Nine Inch Nails obsessive, it got me back into the band because I had actually been, not that I'd ever disliked them, but I'd kind of forgotten about them for quite a few years. I was into them for a while in the 90s really heavily. And then I'd missed a lot of stuff. And 2007 it marks the period where I all of a sudden was exposed thanks to him to so much Nine Inch Nails and really got back into them. It was like, oh, I love this band. So that's that's the one thing I will say. The album makes me feel kind of happy because it's like, okay, that was my getting back into them. But overall, of their regular full-length studio albums, I think it's the least interesting. So yeah.
I just got to add to that just real quick. That doing those remixes that came out. I mean, and it started with Teeth because he put out multi-tracks for GarageBand for The Hand That Feeds and Only, and then he continued that with Year Zero and The Slip. And that is actually what got me into producing music outside of being a drummer, because I was just a drummer for many years. And so getting to do that remix with you, Greg, that kind of gave me a lot of kind of motivation to be a synth guy and start making music that way. So it means a lot to me too.
Very cool. I just want to say that I've seen Nine Inch Nails 86 times less than Barrett. Um, so number 11 for me is Ghosts 5 Together. This is the 10th album, came out in 2020. This for me is the clear winner amongst those, the instrumental Ghost album. Barrett, you used I think it was you said you used the word hope. Maybe it was Frank, one of you used it, but that's exactly what I wrote down. It's a more hopeful sounding collection, one that I can put on my headphones and kind of relax with. Lots of standout tracks on this one. These aren't in my top three, but Your Touch is really nice. Hope We Can Again. But my three favorites, number 3 are Apart, number 2, the title track Together, which someone else mentioned, and number 1 for me is Letting Go While Holding On. Just when you're listening to that and you just think about the title, I don't know, it just makes you just kind of get into this real sense of pondering. What a beautiful title that is. So Letting Go While Holding On is my favorite track from Ghosts 5 Together, which is my number 11 pick.
All those titles for that record are, they're so like COVID relevant.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like it is a marker of that time, I guess. And I think I'll probably be nostalgic at some point. I don't know why for that time, but I think that's when I'll start listening to it a bit more again, and hopefully puts out a physical release of it.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Okay, back to you, Barrett, number 10.
Number 10. All right. Yep. Well, we've got this, we've got this, and we've got this. All three versions of Hesitation.
Hat trick.
Yeah. I particularly, okay, so Hesitation Marks right out the gate was his first record back from retirement, right? So he had retired in 2009, and we didn't know what that meant at the time, but he came back swinging with Hesitation Marks. And right off the bat, what I really liked about it was the artwork. I mean, he went back to our old friend Russell Mills, who did the artwork for the Downward Spiral and all of its associated singles and whatnot. That alone got me in. I was like, oh, we're going back to Russ. Okay, cool. Like, but then what was kind of weird was the music didn't really seem to match the same way that it did for the Downward Spiral. But that being said, it was an interesting album. I mean, it's kind of all over the place. There's songs on here that I really like Copy of a, which became a live staple. I really always enjoy hearing that one live. It works really well. There were some weird swings like All Time Low, Disappointed. I mean, and then of course there's Everything. Now that track caused quite a stir when it came out amongst the NIN fan community. And I particularly liked it. I thought it was like, it was just his version of a New Order song. Like, I didn't care. I thought it was weird that where it sat in the album. And I think that was the only thing that I didn't like about that. But anyway, my three favorite tracks on the record, I think you had mentioned, Brett, that it was towards the latter half of the record where it really started getting good and picking
That
up.
was year 0 I was talking about.
Oh, crap. Okay. Well, hesitation marks is how I feel, is that towards the back half, you got Various Methods of Escape. That's my number 3 track. Into is my number 2 track. And my absolute favorite track on this record, I Would For You. There's something about that song. It was funny because I remember when the album was first announced and I saw it in the track listing, I was like, is this a Jane's Addiction cover?
That's what
Like,
I thought too. Yeah.
You know, but obviously it wasn't. And but I really, really just like the song. It doesn't sound like any other Nine Inch Nails song to me. There's something that just kind of stands out about it. Anyway, yeah, those are the 3. I do like While I'm Still Here and Black Noise. I mean, there's not a lot that I don't like on the record. I'm actually not crazy about the single Came Back Haunted. I when that came out, I thought it was kind of, I don't know. I thought the David Lynch video was interesting. It was giving people seizures. I don't know. But Find My Way was okay. Kind of a Massive Attack-y kind of vibe to that song, I thought. But yeah, I Would For You is definitely my number 1. No questions there. I thought getting my 3 favorites off of there was pretty easy. I really liked Various Methods of Escape. I think I actually saw the live premiere of that in Toronto.
Yes. Yes, we did.
Yeah.
We did. We were there.
Yeah.
We traveled to Toronto. That was such a good memory. Doing that with you and Vanessa, our original Harrow singer. That's where we bonded with her. Sorry, Greg, you couldn't come, but we kind of went up to Toronto to see those shows. But yeah, go back to you. Go ahead.
And then what was the other one I said? Into.
Into.
Like, is kind of a surprising track. It has an old school vibe to it, I think. I don't know. That's it. I'll move on. Just keep talking.
You know what you liked about I Would For You, and I can't believe you didn't mention the sub bass. Yes. I remember you would not shut up about the sub bass when that came out. You were like, sub bass, man. It's all about that.
I'm a big fan of sub bass.
The
remix of Me I'm Not that I did with Greg was chock full of sub bass.
There you go. So yeah.
All right, Frank, number 10.
All right, so number 10 with its highest placement, I believe, on this list is Ghosts 5. Together. Cool, white. Yeah, check it out.
Yeah,
check out
white square.
Here. That was so good, right? Yeah. Anyway, this one I thought for sure, like Locusts, was going to sit at the bottom, but listening to it today and after you guys all talked about it and listening to it again when we did the ranking, it really jumped up for me. And what I love about it, I love Harold Budd so much. I love Claude Debussy so much. I love Steve Roach so much. I love beautiful dark ambient. So by that I mean it's like dark but not unsettling. I mean it's sort of like blissful. You can lose yourself in it. It's anxiety for someone who has a lot of anxiety in his life. This is the record I need in general. My go-to is like a Harold Budd record when I'm having a bad day. It just calms me down. And to me, this just sits right alongside with it. The only track on it here that sort of leads into the next one, still right here, the closing track, starts to bleed into Locusts a little bit. It starts to get more noisy and cacophonous and unpleasant, but the rest of it is just a beautiful record to lose yourself in for an afternoon, and I really love it, and I'm super happy that it exists. So Barrett, this is amazing, and I kid you not, my 3 favorites are the same 3 you picked. Your Touch, in the same order. Your Touch was my number 3. I love those low glitches and drones on it. My second favorite is With Faith, which has the sampled choral effects. I thought that was beautiful. And my favorite's Together, which had long, surreal, like I said, Harold Budd meets the Fragile. And, I love, I know. See, and of all things, we bonded over the Ghosts records of all records. Right. So, number 10, Ghosts 5, Together from 2020.
All right, Greg, number 10.
I have not yet picked Ghosts 5, but I'm not going to pick it here.
That's right. I'm sorry. My bad. But either way.
My number 10 pick is a little more mundane. I'm going to go with The Slip from 2008. I don't really have a super huge amount of things to add to what you guys have already all said about it. It's not one of the band's best works, clearly. It's a solid album. It's just missing a certain something for me that would elevate it towards, the ranks of some of their more acclaimed records. And it has some weaker, less memorable material to me. I just never really connected with it a huge amount. And as far as the 3 songs, Head Down, Discipline, which is a pretty standard NIN track, but it's pretty great. And the one track on the album that I love is The Four of Us Are Dying, which is the kind of super atmospheric 9 Inch Nails that I adore. And that track I love. But yeah, The Slip, it just barely beats out Year Zero. And that's why they're right next to each other. So that's it.
The drum and bass on Four of Us Are Dying is really good.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
it's got a groove to it. Yeah.
I'm kind of sad I didn't pick it on my list because I love that track a lot too. So thank you guys for giving it some airtime.
Number 10 for me, Not the Actual Events EP, which came out in 2016, released in between Hesitation Marks and the Add Violence EP. It took me several times listening to this one for it to warm up to it, but I do really like it. My third favorite is Dear World. My second favorite is She's Gone Away, which I know someone already mentioned. And my first favorite is Burning Bright. Amidst all the chaos, there's this like distant Gary Newman sounding little synth part that sounds like Voices Carry by Till Tuesday. There's some reminiscence of that melody. Guest appearance by Dave Navarro, who coincidentally, it's his birthday today. So yeah, that is number 10 for me, Not the Actual Events EP.
Nice.
Barrett, over to you for number 9.
Number 9. Okay, this album. So I look at 9 Inch Nails' discography, career, whatever you want to call it, as kind of in 2 halves. And this album what marks the beginning of the second half with Teeth. I think everything before this was kind of like his first kind of lifetime as an artist, as a musician. And ironically enough, this is the album when he got clean. And from here on out, he has been sober. And not that that has anything to do with my album rankings. I'm actually quite happy that he is sober. The first half of the career of 9 Inch Nails, it was hard to be a fan because it was taking a long time to put stuff out. So it was 5 years between the Downward Spiral and the Fragile, and then it was another 6 years between that and with Teeth. It was just torturous waiting for new music. So when this was announced and it was coming out, oh my God, I was so excited. At this point, I had only seen 9 Inch Nails maybe 4 or 5 times, something like that. And so this is when I really started going crazy. Seeing them live was when this tour came. Like he did a club tour first, and that was, I believe, Frank's first time seeing them was for that club tour, Hammerstein Ballroom.
Weirdly enough, after
Yeah.
all these years of fandom, I can't.
And I got into this mode where I was like a little older now. I had a little more expendable cash, and I was just like, I'm going to start traveling to see this band as much as I possibly can, because who knows if I'm going to have to wait another 5 years to do it again. And so I started making the most of it. And it was coincidentally the same time that he just, maybe it has something to do with him being sober. I'm sure it does, where he just became more prolific and became a touring machine. And so that's one of the reasons I was able to just go to so many, was because he was touring like very consistently. But back to the album. I was way into this when it came out, and I don't think it is necessarily aged that well. Now, that being said, there's definitely tracks on there that I really like. There's songs that have become live staples. I mean, you can't go to a Nine Inch Nails show without hearing The Hand That Feeds. It's practically a given now.
Just try it. Just try going to a national
Yeah.
show when you don't hear that song. I dare you.
But the tracks that stuck with me that I still listen to and go, yeah, these are solid. Every Day is exactly the same. It's just an interesting song. It's an interesting theme. And I mean, that was kind of the theme of COVID as well, in the beginning. And like it was just like we were stuck in a cycle, in a loop. And then I really liked Sunspots. It's just like a dirgy, kind of dirty, it's kind of filthy. And I like it. And I only just on the last tour finally saw it live at Red Rocks. That was the first time. And that was actually the last song that I needed to see live to complete seeing all of With Teeth live in some fashion. So I was pumped about that. And then my favorite track, I think it was maybe the second single that came out, because Hand That Feeds was the first single. No. That's wrong. Yeah,
Yes,
Frank
it
is
was.
nodding his head. What's
No,
that?
Hand That Feeds was the first one. Yeah.
It
He
was.
dropped a couple weird like singles that weren't
Oh, right.
singles,
And there was
getting
there
smaller.
was a Beside You in Time teaser that came
Right.
out.
There was Getting Smaller, which was like a leak, but I don't know if that counts. I don't know if you're counting that.
Well, the one that I think was either the second track that was leaked or whatever, but it stuck with me, and I was like, yes, this track rules. It ruled live. The line begins to blur.
That was the leak. It was a leak, yes. It
Yeah.
wasn't a single, but a leak. Yeah, I remember that.
It's got everything that I think at the time I wanted in a Nine Inch Nails song. It sounded like Nine Inch Nails. It didn't sound like he was trying something new. It just had like heavy guitars. It was chunky, you know. Also, another thing I'll say about this album is I think this was the last album. His voice changed after this album. This album was the last time he sounded like he always did in the past. And then going forward, his voice just sounded more mature. I don't know if he was just from getting older or whatever, but this was the last album that I felt sounded like first half career Trent. That's just something of note that I felt. Because I think even when he put out that Ninja sampler that had Non-Entity and Not So Pretty Now on it, those were With Teeth B-sides. And those tracks have that same vocal, like it sounds like old Trent. And I don't, you know what I mean when I say old Trent, but yeah, and that doesn't make it better or worse. It's just something I noticed. That's all. I will shut up about With the Teeth.
All right, that was your number 9, Frank. Number 9.
Number 9 for me is Hesitation Marks from 2013. Like Barrett already said, I had no idea this was coming. I think a friend of mine told me he was in a car listening to it with Trent Reznor, and I was like, I can't talk about this. It was like, I can't believe there's new music coming. I can't believe it's not butter. And really, this album is butter. There is so much smoothness and sexy, funky, eclectic things. It's a very mature record. Barrett mentioned that it's got the downward spiral artwork, like it's got a lot of blood and guts and collage work and things like that. But it doesn't really. It's a lot of the same subject matter lyrically, but it really doesn't feel that way musically. Like Barrett, I love everything. I thought that track ruled the second I heard it. It sounds like Just Like Heaven, New Order, these manifestations of The Cure and New Order, which are two of his biggest influences. So, and it wasn't really that happy. If you listen to the records, it's like I've survived, but it's like, yeah, I'm not like, yay, I'm gonna go in a forest and skip. It's more like, I've become numb, I've almost died. It's his way of celebrating, and I love that track. I love that there's so many booty jams on this. Like Satellite is just such an ass shaker. Find My Way. I think Barrett mentioned the massive attackness of it. All Time Low. I never thought I'd hear anything like that with that really cool Adrian Belew, Lindsey Buckingham. I can't remember which one it is, but maybe both kind of playing off each other. I love that they're both on this. Adrian Belew's always been involved with Nine Inch Nails one way or another. I think he plays in the Downward Spiral. Adrian Belew being King Crimson, Frank Zappa, David Bowie. But Lindsey Buckingham, at this point, I think I was just finally deciding I like Fleetwood Mac. So hearing that he was on this record was really rad. The downside to it is it has my least favorite Nine Inch Nails song. Not everything, but Running. Running is just plodding and long and was the staple of the tour for this album, and Attention it was. And I was like, of all damn songs, man, like Running. The rest of this record is amazing. Running is the blight on this one. But my top 3 favorite tracks, Copy of a, which is top tier classic Nine Inch Nails opener. That meme with him, like, he's like, oh, you guys haven't come have a good time? Oh, it's the wrong band. We're having a bad time. It starts that song. It's the best thing in the world. My second favorite is Various Methods, which, like Barrett said, we heard the live debut of. Very seldom played. And my favorite is Into, which Barrett already mentioned was classic. Just felt like Nine Inch Nails. But I really do love Hesitation Marks, and even at number 9, it's in the middle. Love it.
All right, Greg, number 9 for you.
All right, you guys ready? Got some yogurt or milk or something ready? Because this is my spiciest take.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Yeah, number 9, Pretty Hate Machine. The debut.
Okay. I can live with that.
I'm just assuming that's spicy because, you guys know the Nine Inch Nails fandom better than I do. I would assume that that's a fairly spicy take to rank it that low. It actually was much lower in my rankings, and after listening to Year Zero on the slip, I was like, nah, it's got to rank above those because there's some songs on it that are phenomenal, and it's just better. But this one I want to talk a little about because this is kind of a mea culpa of my shame of being a initial not a fan of Nine Inch Nails. Barrett knows this story. So back in 1988, I actually almost saw them on their very first tour. I went to see Skinny Puppy on Halloween, and they were the opening band, but nobody knew who they were. And a bunch of my friends were like, let's hang out at this Halloween party across the street from the venue. Who wants to see this unknown band, Nine Inch Nails? So we missed them. I wish I had seen them, but then when I did hear them, because, if you guys, I'm sure some of you remember that in 1989, this album was exploded. It was everywhere. You could not turn on the MTV or the radio without hearing Head Like a Hole. And at the time, I was a very callow, snobby young man who had kind of been into industrial earlier. And at the time, I sort of sneered at this album, and I said, it's a ripoff of Ministry and Skinny Puppy. And at that time, I was also kind of tired of industrial and that whole wax track sound, and which I thought had, kind of played itself out a little bit. And this is definitely their most wax tracksy effort. So at the time, I just kind of dismissed them. But in the wake of their early 90s material, which we'll get to later, I did an about face, and I really got into them, and then in turn rediscovered the album and actually grew to like it. And now I think it is a pretty good album, but it's definitely, to me, a less original and exciting sound than the work they did in the 90s. And the production doesn't really work 100% for me. I wish almost this album was redone with the live band, because I feel like these, you guys mentioned, I forget on which record you were talking about how
The Slip.
Oh yeah, the song sounded so much better live and got you into it. I feel like when I saw them the first time in 1994, they were absolutely stunning live, and the songs from this album sounded amazing with the band. And I feel like that's what's missing on this record. Not Trent's fault. I mean, he didn't have a band at the time, but that's why it ranks sort of low. Plus, there's a few songs that I don't really love, like Only Time and Kinda I Want To, but they just don't really do it for me. But the stuff that I do like on it is really good. Number 3, Terrible Lie, one of his funkiest songs. It's great. Number 2 is Sanctified, which is, I love that percolating popping bass sound on it. That's really fun. And my favorite song in there has always been, since I got into the album, Something I Can Never Have, which I feel, in its atmosphericness, it kind of points the way forward and was kind of the first example of that kind of super like slow, atmospheric, really emotionally heavy hitting Trent ballad songs that you hear on, like one on each album after that. And this was kind of the precursor, the first one, and I still one of the best. So yeah, number 9, Pretty Hate Machine.
Right. Number 9 for me is going to be Bad Witch. Although it's only 6 songs, I guess it is considered to be the 9th album. 3 favorites on this one. Shit Mirror. Now, this is the first time I ever thought this about Trent's vocals, but when that song kicks in, it reminds me of Bon Scott from AC/DC. I just like immediately I started thinking about Bon Scott. But number 2, you guys already mentioned Over and Out. Total Bowie vocal vibes, tight little bass groove. Time is running out. I don't know what I'm waiting for. It also reminds me vocally of like Alan Sparhawk from Low. But interesting, but a great track. And then my favorite, already mentioned, God Break Down the Door. As mentioned, it's a total Bowie Black Star inspiration. The sax, the chaotic drum beat, the vocal doubling, it's all really cool. And for me, it's top tier 9 Inch Nails. Number 9 is Bad Witch.
All right.
All right, Barrett, we are at number 8.
Number 8. Year Zero. So, we've touched on this record quite a bit already. I really liked it when it came out. It was kind of written and recorded while he was on tour. I think it was, he built himself a mobile studio that he can just set up in a hotel room, and he just kind of put through this album together while on the road. And what I like about the record was, I think it's, as far as like concept records go, it was a concept record. He had a fully fleshed out idea of telling a story. And probably, it was, I felt like musically, thematically, the whole thing just fit really well together. And the fact that he did this whole online campaign around it, I mean, it was really creatively done at the time when I think nobody else was doing these viral campaigns like the way he did. I mean, he was sticking USB drives in toilets, like in, that people would just discover, and it would be a new Nine Inch Nails track on it. Like it was a crazy way of just kind of getting the word out about the album. And I really liked the direction. I thought it was a nice change, especially, like I said, considering he was being so prolific at the time. I thought it was this, I mean, this is a very distinct album. I think maybe more so than any other album in the second half of his career. I think this was like his kind of downward spiral in a way. And I really liked it. I really liked it a lot. I was a bit surprised I didn't put it higher in my list, just because I was really on board for this record a lot. The shows, any of the songs that he put in during the shows, like The Great Destroyer. I know, Greg, you hated that, but like when you saw it live, you were like, oh, okay, I get it. That change where all of a sudden it's the soaring, Great Destroyer, and then it just kicks into that crazy,
So Queen, by the way, so Queen
yeah.
to go that high.
It's like Flash Gordon. But yeah, I dug it. I dug the whole cycle around this record. But the tracks that stick out the most for me, In This Twilight, which I think was also mentioned. Yep. Me, I'm Not, Greg, obviously, for the same reasons we talked about. And also not just working with Greg on the remix and everything. That track I really loved hearing live. It was just really cool. They had these screens behind them that just like silhouetted them in like this green color that would like kind of, it was like their auras around them. And it was a really cool thing that made the track stand out even more to me. I mean, anything that has that good of like a bass and drum groove, I'm usually in on. Like that was and my number one track on this, that was the hardest thing to narrow. And it's funny because it was between two songs, and one of them I just took out completely because I thought they were actually very similar in the style and the vibe of them. It was The Great Destroyer was the one that I took out in favor of Vessel. Um, Vessel is a jam. And the only thing that bugs me about the song a little bit, I think the lyrics are a little meh on it. Um, yeah, Frank knows. But it has all the stuff that I really liked about Great Destroyer, which for me, I actually love the second half of Great Destroyer. I love when it gets just the beat is going crazy and it's just chaos. It sounds like organized chaos. And I think Vessel has that same thing, but it's more of a completed idea of a song. I feel like it kind of works better in that song than it does in Great Destroyer. And even live, it would be the two songs that they would swap between in the set. If you saw them on that tour, you would either get one of those two songs. So it also fit that way for me because even the visuals that they had behind them were very similar. So those two tracks always just kind of were linked to me in a way. But yeah, I mean, I think it's a great record. I think it's a bit underrated overall. But yeah, year zero.
All right, Frank, number 8.
Cool. Number 8 for me. This moved around a lot. Not the actual events. It's my favorite of the 3 EPs from 2016. I find it to be like, it's quick, nasty, punky, like some of the other stuff, like The Slip. It's pretty diverse. It's ugly in spots, and I like that about it. It's the first with, by the way, I don't think I mentioned it. It's the first with Atticus Ross as an official member of the band. This is his first actual contribution as a recorded member, which is pretty rare in a Nine Inch Nails catalog. I feel like members of the band played on like 2 tracks each, and that they've been around forever. Again with Still, we're gonna talk about Still a lot. There's a lot of mysteries in this album. Why the cover of Still? Maybe it's self-referential of Bowie, with the Next Day having the same cover as Heroes. I'm sure there was a similar sister vibe to it. The vinyl copy of it, which has backwards masked versions of Downward Spiral's final 3 tracks in reverse. Lots to chew on here. I don't think anybody's figured out what the hell's going on with that. Barrett shaking his head no. I think he was really shooting ambitiously with that, but whatever. Let's talk about the music, right? The music on this one, I love the polyrhythms. My number 3 track on The Idea of You. I think there's some of the really, it's almost like tug of war on that track, and I really like how it fights against itself. My second favorite track is Burning Bright, which is a total Godflesh track. It's so Godflesh. The shouting into the megaphone, just the really heavy, dirgy. It's the most down-tuned song, I think, in their catalog. And my favorite track is She's Gone Away, which was written for Twin Peaks, performed and pantomimed during the series' most harrowing episode where the atomic bomb goes off, no spoilers, and this is what creates the Black Lodge and creates the Woodsman and all the really effed up things that happens in Twin Peaks all date back to that, and then they're performing that song. Barrett and I were in the audience. I was in the front row, I remember, for the first time and only time that track has been performed live. I can see why it doesn't work live, but for me, it's my favorite on there. And I love that. I have a mixed feeling about How to Destroy Angels, but I love that Mara Queen's on this track. I love, we'll talk about this later, but I think a little feminine energy in Nine Inch Nails is wonderful. And to me, it's like one of the ugliest songs with a beautiful female vocal on it. So not the actual events. This one jumped around a lot, but I really love it. Number 8 for me.
All right, Greg.
All right, number 8 for me is Add Violence from 2017. It's an EP with, I feel like it has a brighter, richer sound with more textures than not the actual events, which I wasn't that as fond of. I think it's a pretty solid release front to back. If I feel like if he'd actually paired this with Bad Witch, if that had been like a full-length album, it might be one of my favorites. Because I really like all the songs on both of those EPs. As far as the 3 songs, number 3, This Isn't the Place, super atmospheric. Number 2, Less Than, which is prime classic Nine Inch Nails sound. It actually though reminds me, I'm not sure if it's his vocals, but something about it reminds me a little of Smashing Pumpkins. I'm not sure why. And then my favorite track is, which I already mentioned, The Background World. I love this song. It's so epic. And I feel like here's a good example of, like, we were talking about The Great Destroyer. I feel like this is a similar thing where it kind of goes into that long, burbling, decaying, second half. But on this one, unlike Great Destroyer, I feel like it totally works and doesn't take me out of it. It kind of feels more organic and less jarring, and it's more listenable. So to me, it actually adds to the epicness of the song. So yeah, number 8, Add Violence.
Right on. Just to the viewers out there, thanks for watching, by the way. But I just want to take a moment to mention that if you're new to the channel, please hit like and leave us some comments and let us know what your Nine Inch Nail ranking is. And then please consider subscribing to the channel. Feature all kinds of music with an emphasis on 80s, 90s alternative, post-punk, new wave, goth, shoegaze, Britpop, dream pop, etc. So thank you. All right, number 8 for me, I'm gonna go with same pick as Greg there, the Add Violence EP, released in 2017. This is my favorite of that trilogy, consisting of Bad Witch and not the actual events. There's not many tracks to talk about, so we got some of the same ones repeating. Number 3 for me is The Background World. Man, that little 3-note synth bass line part, where when it gets to the point of the song where it like suspends like the first beat and it has that little noise gate dropout, man, that part is just so powerful. As previously mentioned, my only complaint about that track is the ending is like incredibly self-indulgent, and would have preferred a shorter edit. And how about throwing in another song in place of all that extra space at the end? Number 2 for me is This Isn't the Place. And number 1 is the one that starts out sounding like an 80s synth pop track. And that's Less Than. So great build up into the chorus, super catchy. Number 8 for me is the Add Violence EP. Back to Barrett for number 7.
Number 7. Okay, we finally get to. I've got 2 copies here.
Mm.
Oh, look at that solid black copy.
Ghosts 1 through 4. When this came out, I was pumped. I was very excited about this album because I always really liked Trent's instrumentals. I mean, we're going to talk about Still later, but even going back to The Fragile, and even before that, Warm Place on Downward Spiral, and I mean, he's always had a good knack for these instrumental tracks. And when Ghost came out and he was just like, yeah, here's it. I remember back when The Fragile first came out, or even before it came out, when they were first talking about The Fragile, the idea originally was that he was going to have one album of songs and one instrumental album. And that ended up getting scrapped, and he just kind of mixed it all up, and what became what it became. But I always had that in the back of my head, like, oh man, I wonder what a fully instrumental album would sound like. And I just, even back then, I knew he would be good at this movie soundtrack thing that he's been killing it at lately. So when this came out, not only did I really like just the concept, and remember, he just put it out for free. He was just like, here you go. And that this was at the time of Greg's wearing his Radiohead shirt, but like in rainbows and pay what you want, and everybody was kind of trying to figure it out. And Trent was just like, screw it, here you go, just take it. And that kind of, I think, started that whole like, because then the slip came out and that was free as well. And he was trying stuff out. But back to the actual ghosts. The difficult thing is remembering which one is which.
Mhm.
And I always had a hard time with that. But the ones that stand out, Brett, you actually mentioned number 13, no, 28 with the banjo.
Yeah.
That's on my list, 100%. I love the banjo. I love his use of it here. I think we kind of have to talk about Ghost 34, which ended up becoming Lil Nas X's Old Town Road.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So Trent won a country award because of the sample that he used from that. Just, yeah. One of the biggest songs of the last however long was a sample of Ghost 34. But anyway, that's not my top 3. I just had to bring it up because Ghost 30. Ghost 30 was an interesting one because it was one of the few on there, and Greg, you mentioned this, how they all were just kind of like these half-baked ideas and stuff like that. Ghost 30 was one of the ones that I actually felt like sounded like a full song. Like front to back, it's got its ups and downs. And when Ghost came out, they did like this fan create your own video for any of the Ghost tracks, and they kind of had like a contest. I don't know if anybody ever actually won anything or not, but a couple of friends of mine who I met while waiting in line for a Nine Inch Nails show, Paul, and his wife Christina, we ended up making a video for it and submitted it, and it was just a really fun thing that we ended up doing. And I guess that track stands out to me just because of how many times we listened to it over and over and over while we were making this video. But one of the interesting things about that track specifically is one of the samples in the beginning of the song was taken from Saddam Hussein's trial. Fun fact.
Really?
Yeah. I think it's that one. I'm pretty.
I just didn't know that about it. I didn't know that about it at all.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Wow. Oh, awesome.
But my number 1 track on Ghosts is Ghost 13. It's just one of the most beautiful songs. It's like breathing made music. I don't know how else to put that. It feels like just breathing, and I think there is a little bit of that kind of in the track, but the way it's just constructed, I love that song a lot. So yeah, those are my 3 for Ghosts. I think we all brought up Ghosts now at this point, so I would be remiss in not mentioning our good friend Brian Viglione, who did some drumming on this record. He did a great job on I think it was 31 and 22. 22 I definitely remember because he put like chains on a drum, and it just sounds like chains, I don't know. It was just, he basically was called into the studio by Trent and said, hey, just go to town, put some weird things together. He was banging on trash cans and stuff like that. And so, that's some kind of old school industrial stuff that I had to at least mention.
Right on. Over to you, Frank. Number 7.
So I haven't mentioned Ghosts 1 through 4, but I'm not going to now. Right now, my number 7 is going to be With the Teeth. So when this came out, I loved the build-up, all those leaked tracks. It was a 6-year wait. By the time it came out, though, I had moved on musically. I was already into different things. I was already a shoegaze kid. I was into Wire. I was into just artier things. And I love the Fragile so much that this was almost a step backwards to me when it came out. It was less nuanced. It was more brutal. It was definitely like it was version from that concept of bleed through, which was like 10 punches to the face. He called it. But that said, it really grew on me very quickly. And the more I listen to With Teeth, the more I love it. It's a really well executed album. There's lots of catchy tracks, pockets of beauty. There are deeper bass grooves. I do hear this is where the Gang of Four influence starts for me. I mean, I know I mentioned on the slip, but I hear it on stuff like The Collector and Getting Smaller. I do hear a lot of art punk, a lot of like angular art punk on this record. I like a lot of the grit on tracks like Sunspots and You Know Who You Are. And like Barrett mentioned, I've been a fan since 93, 94, Crow, Downward Spiral. This is the first time somehow I got to see him. Every other time my mom wouldn't let me or didn't have the money. It's my first time. It was like the day before my birthday, Hammerstein Ballroom, hearing these tracks live and being able to finally see this band and start my journey with them. I've seen them 25 times, which is, no slouch. But this era and this record will always have a very special place in my heart for that reason. I also want to say the closing arch of this record, from Line Begins to Blur through Right Where It Belongs, is masterful. It is beautiful. The second half of this record really is where this record shines. So for my favorites, I picked 3 or 4. I couldn't really pick, but I said Sunspots, but I'm gonna talk about Right Where It Belongs, which is a beautiful song. I think it had something to do with the political landscape at the time. Is this the first time I feel like he talked about anything that wasn't his feelings and wasn't his strife, and but a little bit of that too, a little bit of his own personal feelings and his way out. The way out is through with him with that one. Beautiful track, and there's another version of it that's even more delicate that I didn't talk about later, but I think is worth hearing. My second favorite track is Every Day Is Exactly the Same, which again, like Barrett mentioned, is such a COVID prescient piece. There's a single version of it. It's called an edit, but it's actually a totally different version of that song that I find superior to the album version. And my favorite track, like Barrett mentioned, The Line Begins to Blur, which is to me, like I mentioned about Head Down, yeah, there it is, nice. Which, but it's a different version. It's not on that single. It's this weird promo version. Anyway, The Line Begins to Blur is my favorite track on here, and that is one of the epitomes of the ugly verse, the beautiful chorus. Like the I don't know, but then like the chorus is like this really beautiful melodic minor key dirgy shoegaze understated piece, and it's beautiful. So With Teeth at what we get number 8,
Number 7.
Number 7, sorry, With the Teeth, 2005.
All right, Greg, you're number 7.
This one was the biggest surprise to me when I started reviewing all their records in preparation for this show. The one that really was like, holy moly, I did not expect to love this record as much as I did. And it's Ghosts 5 Together from 2020. I just absolutely love this record. It's warm, intellectual, like you guys said, it has an optimism to it. It's perfect background listening, which is not a diss in any way. It's just like if I was going to put on one album just to relax to, it would be this one. It's super soothing and satisfying, but it's also, like I said, it has an intellectual heft to it in terms of the songcraft. It feels, as Frank mentioned, called Debussy. Debussy is my favorite composer, classical composer. I'm obsessed with his work. And this album, there's just so much Debussy all over it. It has that tonal and impressionistic quality. It's just dreamy goodness from start to finish. I think it's of all of his ambient and soundtrack work, this is the one that to me stands out as just like, wow, I could listen to it every day and probably never get tired of it. So yeah, this rose up really high in my rankings. As far as 3 songs, Letting Go While Holding On, beautiful. Hope We Can Again, beautiful. And my favorite, which I think it might have been Barrett mentioned, which is Together. Maybe you both did.
Mm-hmm.
I love the gorgeous bass work on that song. It has this incredible bass counterpoint going on there. That's just I listen to it and it's like I feel my soul kind of at rest. So, just relaxed. It's a beautiful album. And who would have thought 20, 30 years ago that you'd say, wow, Trent Reznor would make one of the most soothing, relaxing, beautiful records. But yeah, he did. And so, yeah, I got to rank it actually really high. So, yeah, number 7, Ghosts 5.
All right, number 7 for me. I'm going to go with Frank's choice as well, With Teeth. This came out in 2005. What's crazy about this is it's like at this point, it's been 16 years since the debut, and it's only the 4th album. And it just was weird when I was putting my spreadsheet together, and I was like, this is really the 4th album. It still seems like a new album to me. Uh, there's a track on here called The Collector. It like goes from 6/4 time to 7/4 time. The piano parts are really cool. For me, the album hits this like weak patch that begins with the title track only. I'm not really into Getting Smaller, not really into. And I think the album would have overall benefited from being trimmed down or swapping out with some of the non-album tracks that would be released later.
I agree
But
100%.
for 3 favorites on this one, I think 2 of the 3 are the same as Barrett's and Frank as well. Every Day is exactly the same as my number 3. Number 2, I'm going to mention The Hand That Feeds. Bit of like a glam rock feel in its main groove, like Electro T-Rex, maybe. That singular line on the guitar that comes in the chorus is super cool. And then there's that syncopated synth line in the instrumental section that's just totally killer. Yes, that part. It's so good. And then my number 1 is Right Where It Belongs, which Frank, I think you just mentioned. So number 7 for me, With Teeth.
Hand That Feeds is my son's favorite song, so we can't really knock that. The kids love it. I've heard it live so many dang times that I'm sort of sick of it. But
That's really my only problem with it, to be honest.
yeah,
It is a good
hard, though.
song.
It does that.
I mean, for as far as Nine Inch Nails singles are concerned, like radio hits and whatnot, I'll take that one.
Me too.
All right, what are we at?
All right, we're at number 6 for you, Barrett.
Okay. Yes. Not the actual events. I really liked the trilogy of EPs. I really liked them a lot. There was just something, I think he really did a smart thing with putting out these little nuggets of just digestible, 5 tracks. I don't know. It was just, and I think I remember one of the other really cool things I remember about this record coming out. I'm not sure if now it's been a while now. My memory is fuzzy, but there was something. I think it was Rogue One came out the same day that it was announced or something. And I'm a very big Star Wars fan, so I was really pumped that like a Nine Inch Nails thing and a Star Wars thing happened on the same day. But going to the songs, this EP in particular showed me that Trent could still F things up. Like I felt like this showed that he still actually had teeth. There was tracks on here that I think can go head to head with anything off of Broken. The Idea of You, I think, is a great track. She's Gone Away. I know you guys mentioned, you mentioned it's an EP, so I think all of these were mentioned. But She's Gone Away, again, like Frank mentioned, it was cool to see it, the one and only live time they ever played it. And in Twin Peaks, it was just cool to see. And then my number 1 track for sure is Burning Bright. Feel on Fire. I get goosebumps when I hear that song, and I'm not even kidding. There are parts in that song where I full on like feel like F yeah, it's like triumphant, where I could drive through a brick wall listening to this song. Yeah, and then Dave Navarro squiddlying all over it. I think it works really well live. I don't think he feels the same way because they rarely play it. But it's a great track that I think stands next to any of his best work. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it there because I feel like I'm maybe talking too much about each one. So Let's move along.
All right, Frank, over to you. Number 6.
All right, number 6. Number 6 is the Mac Daddy record that started it all. Pretty Hate Machine. It's big sounds, big hooks, big cheese. I got this in 94, 95. They blew up with Downward Spiral, so I looked backwards this one, so I didn't have the, basically MTV was playing, had like a whole 100 times after that point, so I grew to like it. I think it was Greg who mentioned that the live versions of these tracks F way harder than the album. I always thought that the album sounds a little thin in certain spots, but that's because, Baby's first record. He came a long way. If you think about where the demos were before that, he really busted his ass on this one. So it shows. That said, as a DJ, this is the one record that I can play. I mean, I can occasionally mess with Heresy, but really, this is what you can play out and get the crowd going. Like butt booty shaking, fist pumping kind of jams that you can play in any set. The synth programming.
It's Prince with sympathy.
Right, exactly, or Twitch or whichever one you want. Yeah, the synth programming is masterful. As a fellow synth player, I look to a lot of the program. Dang, the way that how are you doing the all right. I mean, right, MIDI, right. Also looping, but whatever. The intro, that's what I get, is just so masterful. It's just too bad the rest of the song just kind of you just hit the samba preset on a drum machine and let it roll for the rest of the track. But the intro to that track is amazing. But my 3 favorite tracks. Okay, 3 favorite tracks. Kinda I Want To. Kinda I Want To does not get enough love. It's trashy, it's sleazy, it's sexy. I did go to a strip club once, and that was a track that I heard in that club, and it really fit the mood. And then I flipped these 2, but it can go either way, number 2 and number 1. So I'm just going to go with Sin as number 2. Sin is just so hard hitting. It just shreds. Live, it's amazing. On the record, the remix EP is sitting here somewhere. Yeah, here it is. Doesn't matter. We'll get to it later. Here it is. Yeah, Sin. Yeah, that track is amazing. It's just debaucherous. BDSM, all the sort of Oh, and by the way, the lyrical nod to Clive Barker, when I read In the Hills, the Cities, which is my favorite short story of all time, seeing that stale incense, old sweat, and lies in print, I was like, oh, that's where that came from. Such a good lyric. But my number 1 favorite track, Sanctified. And again, it could be Sin, but it's Sanctified. The slap bass, the slap in the bass on that one, the lyrics, the way it's is this about a girl? Is this about himself? Is it about drugs? We don't really know. All of the above, probably. I love the new versions they've been doing of Sanctified that have a different beat, a different texture, put sunspots in the mix, whatever it may be. Cool. Such a cool track. Yeah, weird not to pick the singles, but Terrible Eye is great. Head Like a Hole is great. Down in It is the one I DJ. But really, Pretty Hate Machine, number 6. So here we are for the bullet.
All right. Number 6 for you, Greg.
The final choice of the trilogy of EPs is Bad Witch for me. I love this one above all of the 3. As I think Frank mentioned earlier, you can completely hear the influence of Black Star on here, the haunting nocturnal saxophone all over it. It's a very sexual EP. I just that was a bad one.
Tenor sax.
Safe sax.
I just really love it. I mean, I loved Black Star was my favorite Bowie album since Low, and this one was just kind of more of that vibe, and I ate it up. I just loved it. There's really not much else to say about it. I just think it's a killer album, mini album, whatever you want to call it. It rules. I haven't gotten sick of it in the 6 years since it's come out. The 3 songs, you guys all mentioned God Break Down the Door. It's so cool. I love how it shifts halfway through into that really crazy techno beat. Kind of also reminds me, obviously we mentioned Black Star, but it also maybe reminds me of kind of Kid A, Amnesiac era Radiohead. Love it. Number 2, Over and Out. You guys mentioned that. Really murky, but very memorable. And my favorite is Shit Mirror, which is nobody mentioned this. It sounds so much to me like Raw Power, the song Raw Power by.
Oh, totally.
And as soon as I heard it, I was like, oh yeah, we're on a Raw Power ride here. It's great. I love it. Bring it on. So number 6, Bad Witch.
Rob
It is
Power with
fun when
Bon
Robin
Scott on
does the vocals for that
Yeah.
one live too.
Sorry, Barrett. What was it? What did you say?
Sorry,
I
Barrett.
missed. I got Bon Scott, but what did you say, Barrett?
Oh, Robin Fink does the vocals for Shit Mirror Live,
He
and
does. It was
it's
so
fun.
funny.
You
Yeah,
can tell
it's
he's
so
having
fun.
some fun with it.
Yeah. Like,
All
thank
right.
you for letting me sing. Good night.
So number 6 for me. So, I don't know the overall consensus of how these albums relate are agreed upon or debated amongst like hardcore Nine Inch Nail fans, but Barrett and Frank gave me kind of a glimpse of that. But for me, number 6 is The Slip. The seventh album,
Oh,
2008.
right.
I
Cool.
feel like this one is a bit underrated. Um, I don't know who said it first, but I really enjoy the crispness of the production on this album. It's really tight. The drum sound, the guitar sounds, it's just a really crisp sounding production. Three favorites. I feel like 2 of the 3 were mentioned already previous. Number 3, Head Down. Number 2, Demon Seed. The yeah part. Total Bowie's chant of the ever circling skeletal family from Diamond Dogs, where I always think he's saying Brett, 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 Brett at the end. So replace that with Yaz, and then you have Demon Seed. And number 1, I'm going to go with 1 Million. I think that's a great
wow.
a great track. Yeah. So for me, number 6 is The Slip.
All right.
Top 5, Barrett.
Oof, we're getting there. Okay. The final of the trilogy, Add Violence. This was pretty tough to pick between not the actual events in this one, but I think the defining feature of this one that really, so I had to mention this because it's one of my favorite things that Trent's actually ever done, and he did a remix for Peter Gabriel, Growing Up, and it's a great song. The remix, when this came out, I thought it was the most mature sounding thing that he had done. And who doesn't love Peter Gabriel? I don't know. But Add Violence to me is the closest Trent has gotten to Peter Gabriel level of musicianship. I think there is, I mean, This Isn't the Place in the Background World are fantastic. They are just fantastic. And I think that the maturity of this EP is what puts it on top of the other 2 in my eyes. And it was hard to, well, I didn't know we were ranking the 3 songs as well, so I'm doing this kind of on the fly here. I am actually gonna go The Lovers. I think The Lovers is an underrated track. I really like when he does it live as well. It like I said, there's just a maturity to this record. And you can tell, I feel like there were just very tasteful choices made in the production, in the compositions of the songs. Yeah, I'm just gonna go with that.
So that's The Lovers. But what are your other 2? Did you do the others?
Oh, This Isn't the Place in the Background World.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Great choice.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for sure.
great.
I'm actually in the minority where I don't like Less Than. It did nothing for me. And that was the single, right? So the single came out and I was like, oh, I don't like this at all. But then I like the rest of it that much more that it gets a pass. Yeah.
But that's testament to the being the fans, like we're the 2 that I don't love less than either, and
Yeah.
we're just the ranking and how that goes, and neither of us are right or wrong. Just that's interesting.
I'm never really the contrarian type, but Nine Inch Nails is one of the few bands where I actually don't usually like the singles.
Yeah, that was a little too on the nose for me. That Less Than. So
Yeah,
I
it just,
understand.
whatever.
But hey, Brett's favorite on the record, so Brett, more power to you, Brett. I'm glad you get that out of it. Gavin, again, my 8-year-old loved it, so what the hell do I know? Speaking of things my 8-year-old loved, My number 5 choice is Year Zero. The highest it's placed for anybody, I think. I'm surprised it was so low for everybody. I never thought I'd see this record. Same we already talked about how the prolificness of this era. I love a good tour record. I think the tour records are usually better than the album that came before it, whether it be the tour record, the REM's tour record. God, why can't I blank at it? It's got the great cover. New Test Lepers on it. It's my favorite REM record. Come on, guys, help me out.
Oh, the one after Monster.
New Adventures in Hi-Fi. My favorite REM record, to skip ahead to our REM ranking, is a tour record. Aladdin Sane I like better than Ziggy Stardust. I like Year Zero better than With Teeth. It's a renewed and revitalized version of the band, making a dirty electronic record on tour. I would say the only thing I would give it a slight is there's no real drums on the record, and maybe that might have it doesn't bother me, but it's a tour record. I love how lyrically mature this record is. Sign me up for a more political, world-weary record where Trent is not whining about his bullshit. I mean, it's his own bull, but it's not about like, oh, my feelings. It's more about like the world's horrible, everything's on fire. It's so prescient in that way. I mean, we're living. What did it come out in 2007? It's 2024, and we're kind of in Year Zero. I think it never continues to be relevant to me. But I love the way it was released. The hidden USB sticks, secret phone numbers, the terrifying presence coming down from the sky that you heard embedded in tracks, the online games, the show where they brought you there, like pretending to make a fake police rally. Everything about it was just so cool and fun and terrifying. And, I wish that TV show would get made. But the music's excellent. So, I mean, really, it's not one of those things that the gimmick overshadows the music. I love the music on this one. This one continues to hold strong for me. It's maybe a little long, but whatever. My favorite 3 tracks, though, are the Public Enemy Bomb Squad Attack of My Violent Heart, which was, I think, maybe one of the first tracks that got released. That song just crushes me. The way it just goes, on hands, and it's like, this explodes in a way that's like just a noise of synths and destruction in the same way that you guys talked about with The Great Destroyer. My second favorite is Vessel. Thank you, Barrett, for mentioning that. I love how dubby it is. It's super Bill Laswell. Actually, Bill Laswell remixed it, so it kind of fit. It's so dub heavy with the bass lines on it. It's nasty. And my favorite track on it, which is my second favorite Nine Inch Nails song, bar none. I love this song. It's beautiful. It's mature. It's played at my funeral, In This Twilight. So that song kills me. I wish it became a live staple over Hurt. It is perfect. So Year Zero, but there's so many great tracks on it. I really don't have many issues with this record at all, and I'm happy to put it at number 5.
Greg, what is your number 5?
I'm going to go back to the beginning of my Nine Inch Nails fandom and go with their first EP, Broken, from 1992. This was the record that turned me into a fan from being sort of a hater. I think it was hearing and seeing Wish on MTV in 1992 that made me like an instant fan. I was like, oh, I was wrong about this band. They are freaking cool. And it erased any negative impression I had of them. And immediately I was like, I think the very next day I went to the record store and I bought Broken. I thought it was great. To me, the maturity and the intensity and the power compared to the first album were just so evident. And I like that there's as a metalhead, even though I don't consider any of their records a metal record, they're not a metal band, even though I see that listed sometimes as their genre on some of these records. The metal influence on this EP, I think, is really cool. And I love that they did I was a huge Adam and the Ants fan, and I still have my single with Physical on the B side. And I thought I was really that was also a thing where I was like, oh, this guy's cool. He covers like cool, obscure Adam and the Ants B sides. That's awesome, and that impressed me. Made me kind of sit up and take notice of what he was about. So I think it's pretty much a perfect EP. At this point, all the records in the top 5 are classics to me. The only reason I guess I had to pick at 5 is because it's shorter. So yeah.
Hey, before we move on, if by the way, Year Zero, like I said about the previous video, if someone wants to sell me a copy of Year Zero on vinyl for $40 and not $400, just again, my information is in the bio. Please just look me up. Thank you.
I just realized I didn't list my 3 songs.
Oh yeah, well please do, please
Yeah.
do. Okay.
Number 3, the imperious riffing of Suck with its really nasty vocal. I had already had the Pigface EP, that I think it was an EP or a cassette I had that had the older version of this where he just sang on, which is completely different music, and I wasn't that impressed with it. But this one, it's like, wow, that just again, it's an ass kicker. Number 2, Last, which is well, I mentioned heavy metal that has like a really wonderful swaggering metal riff to it. And I got to pick Wish for number 1, even though it's the popular one. It's the song that turned me into a fan. That classic breathless rush into it. The production and arrangement are pretty stunning. I mean, we've all heard it a million times by now, but if you actually just listen to it with the mind of someone who hadn't heard it before, it's still pretty, stunning. So yeah, all right, those are my 3.
Sorry to interrupt. Great choices.
All right, number 5 for me. All right, here we go. So I got into Nine Inch Nails after Pretty Hate Machine came out, and then Broken came out, and at that point, I kind of stopped keeping up, and so I never really listened to this album when it originally came out, The Downward Spiral, the second album.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so and I saw this tour with Bowie. Touring outside. And I want to just mention a few tracks that aren't in my top 3 that I think have some really interesting things. Reptile is a killer track. When you listen to that in headphones, there's this screaming backing vocals in that last part that are like panned to the right. And it sounds like they're coming like from the room next door, but sung through like a heavy blanket, but it's like all to the right. Really cool touch. I Do Not Want This, that aggressive drum performance from Stephen Perkins of Jane's Addiction. But number 3 for me, I know this is a basic pick here, but Hurt. When the show with Bowie, they're kind of 2 sets blended together, and they did Hurt live together, which was a really cool moment to experience. And you can't mention Hurt without mentioning that or acknowledging that fantastic Johnny Cash version that came out. Number 2 for me, March of the Pigs. That drum beat, holy cow, the dynamics, the empty space mixed with that full assault chaos is just a really interesting juxtaposition. It's a total wild ride. And my number 1 pick is A Warm Place. A captivating instrumental, nice bit of respite on a really intense record. So number 5 for me, The Downward Spiral.
Just gotta give it an applause anytime it's mentioned. All right. Wow, we're in the home stretch here now.
Yeah, number 4.
This is where things started getting real difficult. All right. Fragile.
Yo.
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 Ow.
Original pressing, by the way, gotta mention. Danny Lohner, when I met him at this in-store signing at the Virgin Megastore, was so surprised that this even existed on vinyl. It seemed like he was going to try to steal it from me. Thankfully, he just signed it. But The Fragile. I know that this is number 1 on many fans' lists, and I get it. I get why it's up there. I totally understand. It is a fantastic record. Is it a perfect record? No, it is not, in my opinion. So the fact that we, for a double record, could only pick 3 songs was extremely difficult.
You hated that when I told you that. You were so
That
mad.
was a real bummer to me. So most of us refer to this record's two parts as left and right, which because that's what they were named on the CD. When you opened it up, there was the left CD and the right CD. So to help me narrow it down, I decided to just completely eliminate right. I think left is the far superior side. Like I would sacrifice all of right just to have left. It I think that side is that much better. That all three songs of mine are on left, and they go as follows. This was very even doing that, it was still difficult to get it down to just three songs. And I went with The Great Below. That's number 3 for me. I like that man, that song is just heavy. And Trent has mentioned he's told the story many times about, you know, it was just a rough time in his life. And you can tell this track is just haunting and beautiful, but just, I mean, there was such a sadness to it. And it was probably the same way that Hurt was the highlight of like, you know, the self-destruct tour with all the visuals and everything. The Great Below was kind of the equivalent on the Fragility tour. It took that place, you know, they had the visuals going on and it was just so effective. And I know Frank is real bummed because they haven't played it since. And I do, there is a part of me that wishes they would, just because I love the song so much. But there's also a part of me that likes that it was just that moment in time. And it was just,
special.
you know, yeah, it's there's some things you just want to leave where they were. And I think that's one of the songs and tracks for me that I'm just like, let me just keep that memory as it was and not try to recreate it. Number 2, Even Deeper. Another track that is just, and we all, I mean, a lot of us know, some of us don't know, but Dr. Dre contributed, you know, some input into this track, and you can tell it's got the head nod and beat where you're just like, yeah. It's a great track. It goes back to what I was saying about how that I think this album really showed a lot of maturity in just the kind of his instrumentation. And I could listen to that song anytime, any day, any moment. If it comes on, it's one of the song. It's a song that I say this a lot. I consider it unskippable. It is just unskippable. Then the number 1 track was a toss-up. It was really hard to pick one of these two, but I had to pick one. The Wretched. My God, that is quintessential Nine Inch Nails, and it's hard to pick it without the Frail because it fits so perfectly together. But man, every time they play that song live, I am in 100%. Every time. That is just screaming at the top of your lungs. The lyrics are fantastic to that song. Yeah, I mean, we're getting into the realm now where we could go on and on and on. And it's going to be hard for me to not keep talking about these things, but yeah. The runner up, just to say it was somewhat damaged. Yeah. Hopefully somebody else picked that song because it deserves to be on the list. But there you go.
All right, Frank, over to you for number 4.
Can we just like skip the rest of this and just talk more about the Fragile? Can we just do this? No, but what I'm actually, it's a great segue because my number 4, and again, the highest placement in this list is Ghosts 1 through 4. To me, it's the record I wanted after the Fragile. I have no problems with it. I think it's fragmented, sure, but it's really what I needed. For free, Instrumental, lots of great dissonance, lots of beautiful moments, lots of hard-hitting moments, dark ambient, neoclassical, post-rock, a lot of genres covered on this. Lots of nods to Brian Eno, Robert Fripp, Adrian Belew is also on this one. But I love the trash can, water jug, in the bayou kind of, Tom Waits kind of thing going on here, which also happens on the Fragile. There's a lot of these similar crossover sounds between Ghosts 1 through 4 on the Fragile, and that's why I love it so much. A lot of dulcimers, xylophones, marimbas, the chains that Brian Vigileone strapped to it, water jugs, beating on whatever the hell you can. It's industrial, but in a way that is not abrasive. I find it beautiful. A lot of secret sounds on this, crickets, locusts even, but not in that way. Just beauty and dissonance. I love Ghosts 1 through 4. This one slipped one spot, but even still, I still think number 4 is a great place for it. My favorites, already mentioned number 31, Ghosts 4, which Barrett and I used to play it. I don't know if you remember doing this. And this band that we never mentioned, we never talk about this band. Rebel Hotel, a band Barrett and I were in the first time. We used to just occasionally, and by the way, it wasn't good. We would just noodle on, and we just tuner, and I was playing my little synth I just got. So we would play that track a lot. So obviously it's got to have some mention here, and I'm glad to hear you picked it too. 24 Ghosts 3, I thought was kind of like a really, like almost like a Prodigy song. It just belonged in the fat of the land. It's like, boom, boom, like the heavy drum and bass. Yeah, exactly. It had that. And then I want to say that my favorite track on here is the opening track. Perfect statement of intent. The beautiful piano sounds were like, I think Brett said, or was it Brett or Greg? We can actually hear the keys being pressed and the hammer hitting the strings on the piano. You really hear that. And then you hear this like, there's like this droney vacuum sound that I think is gorgeous. But really, there's so many things to love about Ghosts, and I was sad to see it.
I'm glad you picked 24 because that was on my runner-up list as well. So
well, I'm also glad you all picked the one with the banjo because every time you pick that one, I was like, yeah, blung 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 blung. Like I'm like, yeah, that's obviously a memorable one. That gets in my head and lives rent free. So yeah, I'm happy to have given it a top spot. I love it very much. Ghosts 1 through 4. It's really hard to listen
thing maybe worth mentioning, I think, is maybe Rob Sheridan's finest moment as Nine Inch Nails' art director. I think was all the artwork that he did for Ghosts was beautiful.
Yes.
And it was mainly just actual photography. It was just straight up beautiful photos that he took, and he was their art director for a long time, and he did a lot of work for them. But I thought that was his finest moment.
And the picture of the birds that's been my screensaver since it came out. Since 2007, my screensaver is the birds photo, that exact one. And maybe, I mean, is there a correlation between that and that? I think that's absolutely why. So there you have it. Ghosts, number 4 for me. 1 through 4, number 4.
Greg, number 4.
Number 4, I'm going to go with Hesitation Marks from 2013. I think it's a really amazing, underrated album. It came actually pretty close to number 2 at one point for me, but it just sank down a little bit. It could have been anywhere in the top, 2 to 4. This is like kind of for me, like the renaissance of my fandom from Nine Inch Nails. Like when this came out, I was in a band with Frank and Barrett, and I was hearing them all the time thanks to them. And I hadn't really paid attention to a lot of the records between Downward Spiral and Year Zero. And Year Zero, as I said, I liked it, but I wasn't blown away. But this album just hit me at the right time. And I love how sexy and slinky it is. It's less dense and more groove-oriented. In some places, it's the closest maybe he's come to post-punk. But then there's also, it's kind of funky, and like this is the one album in his catalog where I really hear the influence of his idol Prince.
Definitely.
I think that's there. I think he incorporated a lot of like those ideas in his vocals. I feel like this might be like his best technical vocals on any of the records. I think I mean, it's a lighter album, but I don't think it's lighter in substance or in terms of songwriting ability. I really love it. So yeah. And as far as the three songs, you guys, a lot of you mentioned "Copy of Her," which I think is great. It's got this earworm sequencer hook. It's very craft work, and I love craft work, so I like that song right away. I agree with you guys. I think several of you mentioned the song "Everything," even though some people didn't like it. I think it's great. It's so different, but I think it's so good. Parts of it remind me of like the early Cure, but then those vocal harmonies come in, which are really like, wow, I don't think I've ever heard vocal harmonies like that on a Nail song. So I think it's great. And then my favorite song on it, which for a while was my favorite Nine Inch Nails song, it's still in my top five, is you also mentioned Various Methods of Escape. To me, that is a perfect song. It's just when this album came out, I listened to that song nonstop, and I was so disappointed when the three of us went to see them at Jones Beach, and I hadn't seen the band in 20 years, and I was hoping to hear that song, and that was like one of the only songs from Hesitation Marks that they did not play that night. But maybe someday I'll get to see them play it. But yeah, Hesitation Marks is a great album. I think it's pretty underrated. So yeah, number 4.
Number 4 for me, I'll second that, Hesitation Marks.
Wow.
So I had mentioned with my last pick how, I kind of checked out after the Broken EP on Nine Inch Nails. And although I did at some point had gotten the Fragile, it was when this record came out that I actually started paying attention again and filled in the gaps that I was missing in between. And liked it so much, I remember doing a review of it on my channel here back when 2013, right? So yeah, so I did a video on that. So more melodic, subtle, less angry, mature. You have to mention Everything. For me, that song is like total Joy Division vibes. I know everyone mentioned New Order. Kind of that early New Order period, it feels for me. I always like the poppy quality to that. All Time Low makes me think of Bowie's Fame or Fashion. Find My Way, I think, is also excellent. Number 3 for me, no one has mentioned it yet. I think, Barrett, you might have talked about not liking it, but Came Back Haunted is my number 3 pick. Number 2, I think we all agree, Copy of a. And number 1, I'm with you, Greg, and whoever else mentioned it, Various Methods of Escape. The last minute, the outro, really powerful. The soaring guitars, the biting bass, the drum groove, just a great song. So
It's like this desperation to that song.
yeah, this one, yeah, this is excellent. But total, I would for you when I saw the track listing when it came out. I was like, oh, Jane's Addiction cover. Kind of made sense because they just did the Ninja tour a few years before this.
Yep.
And Eric Avery, I think, had briefly rehearsed with them and was going to potentially be a member
For like an hour.
Yeah. So, anyways, number
Took his
4 for
base and
me,
went home.
Hesitation Marks.
Oh,
All
man.
right. All right, top 3, Barrett. Here we go.
Woo!
Okay. All right. I'm just looking for my top 3 tracks. Okay, here we go. So I had to pull this out of the archive. My long box.
Great.
Pretty Hate Machine. For those of you who don't know, CDs used to be sold in these things called long boxes. It was because they wanted them to be easily flippable like vinyl and harder to steal. But the CD's in the bottom. That's it. Long boxes, you gotta mention
So
them.
silly. So silly.
Love long boxes.
Pretty Hate Machine. I mean, it's a product of its time. I think the songs are great, they're timeless and everything, but is it my favorite? Obviously not. There's some swings and misses on this record. But I mean, it's undeniable. The tracks that are good are really good. And like Frank, you mentioned just the programming and all the work that went into it, and you could tell it was a good amount. I'm just gonna burn through the songs real quick. Number 3, Ring Finger. Yeah, Ringfinger gets no love, like ever.
That song
And
is
I
awesome.
think it's great. I think the just the composition of the song itself. I love the bass, the synth, the bass, like the synth bass going on. It's just great. I think the whole latter half of the song when it picks up and the beat kicks in, I'm in. And number two, something I can never have. I mean, I remember just listening to that song on loop. I remember learning how to play it on the piano. I remember just being a sad preteen at the time. And just, I mean, what's not to like about a song like that at that time in your life? You're going through puberty or this and that, and you're just figuring stuff out. And I don't know, that song just hit at the right time. Um, I think everybody might have mentioned my number one, Sanctified. Um, it holds up. It just holds up, and I think, like we said, the reworked live version sounds just as good now. Um, that bass, it's you can't. It's just I want more of it. Every time I hear it, I'm just like, you're making the face. You make the face every time you hear it. And I do actually, I think it's one of the stronger lyrical showings on the album. Um, it's just a great track. Yeah. Um, I have a lot more to say about the last two, so I'm gonna leave Pretty Hate Machine alone for now.
All right, Frank, over to you for your number three.
Leave Pretty Hate Machine alone! Leave it alone! Anyway, man, that's a meme from forever ago. Anybody remember that one? Okay, cool. With that being said, my number three, I have two copies of it to show. It's broken. I have the original vinyl copy, which weirdly enough emits Pinion and Help Me I'm in Hell, the instrumental tracks, because the album's not short enough that you couldn't put it all on one record, but whatever. But then here you have this new reissue version of it that has the 6-7 inch here in the back of it. Anyway, Broken. This record just kicks my ass. It just does. It's the soundtrack to many a bad day, and it never lets up for air in any way over 30 blistering minutes. I love Fixed, by the way. We haven't talked about Fixed yet. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. Fixed is such a mind F, the way it just unravels these songs. Between Coil and J.G. Thirlwell, Fetus just destroys, or like maybe a little bit of Butch Vig just like destroys these tracks. But every track on here, on the original Broken record, including the secret covers, is perfect. When you're in that space, nothing else will compare. I thought I grew out of it. I'm like, yeah, I'm too old for this. But like every time I'm like, nah, this melts my face. Yeah, so with that said, my favorite tracks on here, I will break out, if I can find it. Maybe I can't find it in time. Yeah, I can't find it. Oh, no. Here, no. Dang it. Well, whatever. It's Happiness and Slavery. I have a promo single of it somewhere. If I find it, I'll show it. Happiness and Slavery is just really, I love the breakdown of it, but how somehow the chorus is so sing-songy. It's like, like, don't open your eyes, you won't like what you see. The devil, it's so freaking toe-tappy. It's so toe-tappy for a song about BDSM and just letting go into that relationship. It's just how freaking catchy. Why is that so catchy? Anyway, Gave Up is my second favorite track. It's a live favorite. Every time I hear it, it's just like I fist pump to the cows come home. And my favorite track on it is the bone-crunching, absolute powerhouse, brick S-house of a track, Last. Number one track on Broken. Just rips my face off, clean off every time. So Broken, I have lots more to say, like Barrett said, about the next two, so I'm going to leave it at that. Perfect little EP.
All right, over to you, Greg, number three.
My number three pick is actually one I was surprised was as low as it was for the rest of you guys, because I think this record is incredible. I'm going with Teeth, 2005. I love this album. Maybe, I didn't listen to it at the time it came out, so I didn't have any preconceptions of where it fit in the canon. But I couldn't deny how much I liked it. And in fact, I was when I was stopping for coffee earlier today to get pumped up for this this session. I met my wife for coffee. We were talking about how we both love this album so much, and yeah, I just not sure why it didn't the fandom at the time. What I've read didn't really love it as much, but I think it's great. It's really crisp. It's assured. It starts off a little slow, but I think once you get to this, there's a 4-song block in the middle of the album of The Collector, The Hand That Feeds, Love Is Not Enough, and Every Day Exactly the Same, where to me that's almost like that's like the best 4-song stretch in their catalog. I just love it. I mean, sobriety obviously had a good effect on him, as I think Barrett mentioned that before. I just love all the muscular grooves and hooks on this album. So yeah, as far as 3 songs, my wife's going to be annoyed I don't pick Sunspots because that's her favorite. But my number 3 is Love Is Not Enough. I love the grinding quality to it, the terrific guitar riff. It's awesome. Number 2, you all talked about The Hand That Feeds, and it is like the single, but it's one of those songs that's like classic Nine Inch Nails. But I'm not tired of it. I like it. It's the single. It's great. And my favorite is, which again is up there with Various Methods of Escape as one of my all-time favorites by them. I love Every Day Is Exactly the Same. It's so anthemic. I could just listen to that on loop forever. It's just, whoa, just keep pumping that incredible groove.
Did all 4 of us pick that one?
I think maybe we did.
I think so.
Deservedly so.
Yeah. I think it's a great album. I love With Teeth, number 3.
I think it's interesting that you use the word muscles in your description, because he certainly came out completely ripped when that album came out.
Yeah, sobriety had a good effect on him.
Yeah.
I also found my Hat Based in Slavery single for everybody who wanted to see this thing, by the way. Weird.
All right, number 3 for me, the Broken EP. 1992, released in between Pretty Hate Machine and The Downward Spiral. I distinctly remember buying the CD when it came out. There was this little half video rental, half music store called Rent-A-Flix, and it was run by these like 3 brothers, and I think 2 of them were twins. And they, it's so funny, Barrett, that you showed the long box, because their whole wall decoration in the store were all long boxes. So I love long boxes. I wish they would.
Oh yeah, I used to love them because I would just
they were just wall art,
like
wall art. Yeah. So I had this, like, I still have it actually, this Case Logic carrying case that held 10 CDs. And when I was going to Arizona State University in the early 90s, I would carry that around with 10 CDs, and Broken was one of them, I remember, from that stretch of time. And I would go into the music library, and they had little stalls with CD players, and you would check out headphones at the desk. And I would sit there listening to Broken and Gish and Alice in Chains' Dirt and Temple of the Dog and Soundgarden and all the albums of that era, while like some guy next to me is like doing air conducting to like bar talk or something, and I'm sitting there rocking out in the music library. So I have really fond memories of when this came out. I was immediately taken by just how much heavier and aggressive it was compared to Pretty Hate Machine. And Ministry got brought up, but like you think of 1992 and I think of Psalm 69, and even though Ministry was getting heavier with Mine Is a Terrible Thing to Taste, but then when Psalm 69 came out, a lot more metal guitar influence in that, so they felt kind of like kindred spirits in 92. 3 favorite songs: Gave Up. The sound of the vocals and the chorus are just insane on that track. Last is my second favorite, and number 1 total top tier 9 Inch Nails track for me is Wish. That is my number 3 pick, Broken.
I feel bad not putting Wish on mine, because Wish is so irrefutably good, and live, that song
I hear you, and I didn't, because I was hoping that you guys would, and
so,
Greg,
thank you.
came through, so I feel better.
Exactly.
And that is a perfect segue into my number 2, which is Broken. It was a tough call between this and Pretty Hate Machine, to be honest. Because Pretty Hate Machine was the introduction, right? And it's hard to take, the impact of that away. There's so many variables you can think about when ranking things like this, right? It's like, how well do you like it now? How well did you like it when it came out? There's all those kinds of things. But I think that is why I specifically put Broken at number 2. The impact that this record had was undeniable. It was like, I remember seeing Wish on 120 minutes or whatever it was and going, holy shit. I grew up when I was a kid. I was my first music that I really got into besides classical, because my mother and my aunt were into classical music, was metal. I was a big metal head. My room was wallpapered in Iron Maiden posters and all that stuff. But in addition to that, I was a very big new wave guy. I listened to WLIR growing up. So like, it was like my two biggest influences just totally smashed together and created this thing that I was 100% hooked on. Like, I liked Nine Inch Nails when Pretty Hate Machine came out. I loved Nine Inch Nails when Broken came out. That changed everything as far as like, oh, and we didn't know at the time, but we were on the precipice of even greater things with them. So it was my songs. Okay. It like I said, I didn't pick Wish because I knew somebody else was gonna. And I wanted to talk about the other songs because it's a solid EP. There is no fat on this thing. I'll go back. Number 3, Suck. I was, like Greg had mentioned, the pig face version, it was great. Getting Martin Atkins to work on this record was awesome. I feel very blessed that I got to hang out at Martin's museum in Chicago and spend hours sharing stories and talking to him about all kinds of stuff. And one of the things I took away from that conversation with him was he told me that the inspiration for the drum beat in Wish was Sweet.
Ballroom Blitz?
Ballroom
Like
Blitz.
Sweet. Wow. Okay, no, totally. I hear that. 100%.
So yeah, it was a fun fact that I was like, oh yeah, totally. Like you hear that and you're like, yeah, okay. My other 2 tracks, they're pretty interchangeable, to be honest. I could listen to either one of them. Last and Happiness and Slavery. My God, the fact that it took me over 25 years from the very first time I saw Nine Inch Nails, the very first show, they played Happiness and Slavery, and they did not play it again until their last tour. And I lost my when that came on, I lost it. I felt like I was 15 again, and just I don't know. I definitely lost my voice that night. I was very, very happy to hear that back in the set because, oh my God, why wouldn't you have that song in the set? It's so good. And Last too. Last was very rarely played, and when that started coming around in the set list again, that is just brutal. It comes out swinging. Like, yeah, that album, that EP is relentless. And yeah, I think we covered it all on that one. Just yeah.
All right.
Broken,
Frank.
number 2.
Frank, number 2.
Can we talk a little bit real quick, just before I go on to my number 2, about the instrumental tracks, Pinion, which has a Bowie sample, by the way. It samples what? It's No Game. If you really dig deep, is a Bowie sample. And Help Me I'm in Hell. It's such a good mood breaker, by the way, in the way it just sort of.
And let's also not forget the video, the Broken movie.
God. Oh my God, what a nightmare that was.
Christopherson, hello.
Yeah. So much coil interplay between Nine Inch Nails and and Coil. There's so much anyone who doubts their industrial roots, like he was buddies.
Oh, yeah.
So
I mean-
fantastic with Christopherson and Coyle and all that. Anyway, yes, number two for me is the Downward Spiral. So between this and Melancholy by Smashing Pumpkins, these were the two albums of my adolescence. I was a really, really good time back then, guys. Really had a lot to offer. I was such a fun person to be around, listening to those two albums all the time. So, Barrett had a couple years on me, so he knew the Broken and the Pretty Hate Machine stuff. To me, this was the one between the Crow soundtrack coming out, and I bought that for like Stone Temple Pilots, and then hearing Dead Souls, and then also March of the Pigs video. This was just what is this? What is this music? I had no idea. I was already into Bowie, but this and I loved picking out the similarities between Scary Monsters and this record, between like the end of Mr. Self-Destruct and the end of It's No Game, that shredding guitar loop over and over again, the way that Up the Hill Backwards and Piggy sort of have synergy, the A Warm Place being Crystal Japan, which is a Scary Monsters outtake. There's so much Bowie in this. There was the record that kind of, so many mysteries in this album, but after 30 years, I'm still trying to, it still just moves me in a way that no other can. So it's always there for me when I need it. From every quiet passage, every distorted insect lullaby on this album. I loved being in the front row when they played this album front to back for the first time on the Unity tour. It was unbelievable. They played songs like Big Man with a Gun for the first time since the 90s. They played A Warm Place for the first time. Robin Fink Fell on My Head during March of the Pigs. It was like seeing God on stage, really. It was basically, another fact, I wrote this down. A great story about my idiot adolescence is I had blank 8-tracks. Do you guys remember blank 8-tracks? No? Yes? No?
8-track
You used to be able to, so 8-track cassettes used to make blanks. So they used to make blanks of them. I put this album on a blank 8-track because I thought it was being cute. I just recorded onto that and just listened to it on that because just, again, trying to figure out the mysteries. And it helped me disassemble the album in a way because it would cut in the middle if I do not want this or something. So anyway, tracks. Good God, tracks. I want to mention Heresy, but it's not my top three. I want to mention, okay, whatever. I'm going to go for my top three. Reptile, number 3. From the Alien sample, Leviathan, right? It's sort of just those, and Texas Chainsaw Massacre. The samples on this record, God. I still feel like I'm hearing new things on it. So Reptile's number 3. Number 2 is The Becoming. The way we'll talk about still later, but the way that you hear that, but you hear that on the version of this, but it's all just noise and shredding. And then my favorite track on here, actually, I don't know if anybody else is going to pick this one, but I love Ruiner. From the rap, sing-song, nasty verse lyrics to the big Pink Floyd chorus with just like, just those, a big Pink Floyd, but Gary Newman, just it's like a wall of sound just kind of hits me in the face. But then that trashy guitar solo in the middle of it, everything about it. So Downward Spiral. I have some cat hair in my mouth. So on that note, take care.
All right, Greg, we're going over you for your number 2 pick.
Well, Frank, I know our previous choices have been extremely divergent, but I think based on what's left, I think for once we're going to have the same 2 and 1. So Downward Spiral as well. I mean, you guys have said pretty much most of what needs to be said. It took the seeds of Broken and just exploded into this magic garden of wild sound and texture, and I loved it. The vocals are so much richer than on the debut album. I think if Broken really impressed me, I was like, oh, this band is really good. This is the album where I was like, wow, this is like one of the most interesting, creative artists working right at this moment. I loved it. I saw them for the first time on this tour, and they were stunning live. I reviewed it for a local newspaper, and there was one line that I noted that I wrote that I feel like really captures what I feel about this album. I said, it shows the humanity inside the sonic Clockwork Orange of this band, and I feel like that's there just because it's so it has all the industrial roots, but it really had a humanity that no other band like that was really revealing or was really incorporating at that time. So I love it. There's just not much else to say. It's just great. So I'm going to pick the 3 songs. Number 1, I'm going to go with number 3. I'm going to go with Piggy. I really love the organ on that song. It's such a groovy track and doesn't get enough love. Number 2, Reptile. As you said, wow, what a song! It's those sound effects that are going on in the background. I don't know what sample it's from. It sounds like to me like the end sequences of the Terminator, where it's like that whirring sound. It's so genuinely of all their songs, that's the one I think is genuinely frightening. Even now, after 30 years, I put that song on and I'm like, I feel I feel terror hearing this. And it's
I think it's Alien. It's Alien where the
Alien?
Alien in
Okay.
that one. That was it. I couldn't get it out of my cat hair throat there, but yeah.
And for number 1, like Brett said, I'm going to go with Hurt because, and for the same reasons you were talking about. When the album first came out, I thought it was great, but it wouldn't have been my top 3 tracks. But from the Johnny Cash cover and the video for that, which brought me to tears when I first saw it, I literally was weeping in front of the TV. The song just like I was able to connect with it on such a deeper level, and especially now, it hits me being so much older than when I first heard it. I was still in my 20s then, and now I'm pushing 60, and the song's themes of aging and of a life and re-examining a life just really hit home. It still hits so hard. So yeah, it might be a cliche pick, but I got to go with Hurt for number 1 on there. So yeah, Downward Spiral.
Well said, Greg. Well said. Number 2 for me, I'm not really a fan of long albums. And, I'm going to just preface this with saying if I had one critique of this album is I wish they would have split it into 2 separate releases, kind of like how Guns N' Roses did it with Use Your Illusion 1 and 2. And, of course, I'm talking about The Fragile. The 3rd album, 1999, came out. Before I get to my 3 picks, I know, Barrett, you had mentioned the track, I think it was you, Barrett, The Great Below. It's a real standout, reminds me of like side 2 of Bowie's Heroes album. Great. No, so my number 3, my 3rd favorite track on this one is Just Like You Imagined. Instrumental with the unmistakable piano of Mike Garson. You hear it, the second you hear it, you're just like Mike Garson. Like his style and tone, everything about it, it's just like instantly, like whenever, oh, that's Mike Garson. Like it pops up in places and you're just like Mike Garson. And that song, one thing that I found really fascinating while listening to this entire catalog heavily over the last month is it's cool to hear all the odd time signatures that are used within the composition of these songs. And being a music teacher and like analyzing rhythms and stuff, I'm always tapping my foot and counting things. And that song in particular is in 10/4 time, that drum beat, and it's really fascinating when you start counting with it, just in how it doesn't feel forced. Like you'll hear some bands talking and they're just trying to intentionally put time changes in there and it just feels disconnected. It works in the 9 Inch Nails catalog, and it's really cool to hear. So number 2, Even Deeper, was already mentioned. The last third on that gives total like Bowie's Outside vibes to me. Maybe like The Motel or something like that. And number 1, favorite track, The Day the World Went Away. Top tier for me. The na parts in that outro are just memorable. And it's kind of like maybe like U2's 40, when the audience would be leaving, they're still kind of singing that as they're walking out. That feels like a track that the crowd would be just na-ing as they're going out to their cars or whatever. So anyways, that's number 2 for me, The Fragile. Okay, nice. So now we're at the number 1 spot here. So there's been so many albums that we've all talked about and showed that, like, I don't even remember for a couple of you, I don't remember what you haven't shown. So I'm gonna just for Barrett, just without having much knowledge, I just went with a curveball here and picked what the opposite would be for me and picked
Oh, wow,
year
that's
zero. And obviously I was wrong about that. And
This was a piece of cake. A piece of cake.
Frank chose Downward Spiral, and Greg also chose Downward Spiral. So who was right?
I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, what do you mean? Like, the Downward Spiral? What album is that?
So which one are you going to get buried with? Which copy of that?
Oh God, all of them. The Downward Spiral. We could have an entire show just on this album for me. This is the quintessential album for me. You can't ask for a better album to come out when you're 15 years old. Like, this is teenage angst, all of it just rolled into one thing. That and the fact that it ended up being my first concert, it basically dictated the rest of my life. And I don't know, it might sound silly to some people, but it really, like, I remember just being a 15-year-old kid watching this show and just being in complete awe and going, this is it. This is what I want to do with my life, is either be where I'm standing or be up there or in some capacity, just this. This is everything. And it all stemmed from him putting this album out. And, it came out in such a, I mean, we're talking just over 30 years ago now. Let's think about what the climate was. Kurt Cobain had just killed himself. Trent just kind of, I mean, you can't ask for better timing. This came out. He then is on the Crow soundtrack. He then does Woodstock 94. He then tours with Bowie. I mean, he hit it all that year. 1994, I don't think a musician could have a better year than when this album came out and everything that subsequently happened after it. It was lightning in a bottle. I can't say enough about this album. I still, to this day, listen to this album and it amazes me. It surprises me. There are still layers in this album that I discover. It's unfathomable to me what this album means to me. So I would sacrifice the entire rest of the catalog to just have this one record. Like, when you're talking, everyone says, oh, your desert island pick. Like, just give me this album. This is it. This is all I need for the rest of my life. I think this is the only album I need. And it's just crazy to me that in recent years I've actually been able to become friends with Chris Brenna, and we collaborated on music together. Thank you. And like the fact that I can kind of pick his brain on this record a little bit, not too much. I don't want to come off as too much of a fanboy around him, but he's been a delight, and I feel so blessed and honored to know him now. And but anyway, picking 3 songs from this, you guys, like, it was really, really hard. But I did it. And I went with Reptile because Reptile, it's been said, it's all been said. Heresy. Come on, God is dead, no one cares. I was like, yes. Thank you somebody finally saying it in a popular album that like I said, man, 15-year-old kid, I was like, yes. And man, the number one, this might be surprising. This might be, I mean, this is Eraser. There's something about the simplicity of that song and the dynamics of it, and just it is raw, pure emotion. That's it. It is like, I mean, you know, whatever you want to say, the journal, diary journal, whatever, just screamed out. And my God, like it just hits every time. And live, oh my God, whenever they play that live, I lose it. It's like I said, it's impossible. Like narrowing down those three songs, I did it just because I had to. I didn't want to. Like, I mean, Mr. Self-Destruct and you know, even the title track, it's Warm Place. Don't get me started. I mean, we're gonna talk more about A Warm Place, but yeah, that is a song that will definitely be played at my funeral, as Frank said. Yeah. I gotta pass the torch now because I'll just gush and gush and gush about this album.
All
But that
right.
one's viable. Yes, even a cassette.
Oh yeah, that's awesome.
All right, okay, so we're guessing Frank's. This is what I chose for Frank. Oh, wait a minute. That's for the MC Hammer ranking video.
Correct.
Okay, never mind. The Fragile I picked for Frank.
Yeah.
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 I don't actually have any paper around me, but I did put it on my iPad, which you can see here.
Yeah. It's a no-brainer. The same way yours was obviously the Downward Spiral.
Yeah,
I
I mean,
on the
Frank,
record.
we've talked about this for
Yes.
20 years. I think we
I'm
were
on the
well
record.
aware.
I'm on the record. Here's my original copy that my brother dropped a shelf on the week I got it. So this is a scuff on the cover from
Not cool.
the first week. Yeah, not cool, but whatever. I'm not replacing it. It's The Fragile from 1999. This is one of my top 3 records, maybe. I always say it's Heroes, Script of the Bridge. I don't know, man. This might be my favorite record of all time if you really twist my arm about it. Like I said, I was a massive fan beforehand. This album is not only what I wanted and needed from the band, it expanded my horizons as a music fan. I was already into classical, but it got me into more classical. It just got me into more dissonance and more atonal classical, like Arvo Part. My love of Arvo Part may have come from this record. Debussy, like we've talked about, they share the track La Mer. It got me into funk. It got me into hip hop. Trip hop was kind of coming around, or kind of peaking then, and it sort of was peaked with this for me. Electronica, dream pop. Okay, so I wasn't really much of a shoegaze person before then. I didn't know what it was. Smashing Pumpkins probably was the gateway, but the work with Alan Moulder on this record, the textures on songs like The Day the World Went Away, or La Mer, even the end of La Mer, just shoegaze. It's just pure, to me, dream pop. The way the whispered French lyrics, the sultry. I love the female vocals on this record. The Swamp Bayou, the Bone Machine, the Tom Waits vibes. Every dissonant note in this record is perfect. I prefer the left disc too. I don't have any problem with the right disc. I do not think they should be broken up. I think even every flaw in this record is worth it. There's so many memories I have when this record was coming up. The build-up was crazy, right? We had Perfect Drug, we had Closure, we had these little nuggets to hold on to. But we really, the way that I think The Day the World Went Away single came out, and this was the first taste. I loved that track. It was, for a 9 Inch Nails single, was completely left field. It was nothing like anything on the Downward Spiral. It was this chanting, musical, textured, slow, dirty song that's released as your first single, and then you have this Puerto Rick's remix, which no one else likes but me. But as the track 3, anyway, just getting that and then listening to this 1,700 times, then watching the Video Music Awards right around when there was rumors of a track called We're in This Together, and they played a totally different song called The Fragile, title track with these cellos. Beautiful. This was like, what is this song? And I loved. I was in the hospital once, right around this time when "We're in This Together" came out, and I remember getting on discharge. But I remember the premiere was going to come on in like half an hour. I'm like, no, I'm sitting in this hospital bed and watching the premiere of the "We're in This Together" video. I just insisted. So anyway, I spent so many times. I think the second my best friend Kevin and I got the CD, popped it in the car, put on "Somewhat Damaged," and just like it was just like again like Peter Murphy sitting in the chair, and the Maxwell commercial was like my face melted off. I'd never heard anything that brutal. Whenever a show is started with "Somewhat Damaged," it's a special show. It's just the energy of that song that is repeated, just that so simple, like plucked little melody that's just gonna punch you in the mouth after that. My jaw drops, and I really nothing rivals it since. I still have more to say about this album. So I love, you mentioned Mike Garson already. Adrian Belew on this. Dr. Dre has been mentioned. Alan Moulder. So many collaborations. I think Steve Albini did something on this. I read recently. Rest in peace. Paige Hamilton from Helmet's rumored to play on it. So many cool collaborations. I also remember. I love how it ends with like crickets and the night music and the Redwood Decay just kind of goes into the beautiful. Like I lived in upstate New York where all these sounds were cicadas and grasshoppers and crickets every night. So it kind of really hit that experience of me growing up in that area. I went to Nothing Studios to go visit there, and I remember that going to the bar where he used to pull people to chant on this record, do all the na-na-nas that you mentioned. Buddha Bar, the Buddha Bar's choir. So many stories, but yeah, so really, I originally picked 3 songs from left, but then I determined that I want one from right. But I do want to talk about "Somewhat Damaged." We did already. I want to talk about "Please," which is so catchy and caustic. The way out is through the scrapes and the way it blends into the bayou booty shaking self-loathing into the void. So good. Even Deeper is a song that grows on me every time. It's gotten better with age. I love the lyric. And I still want to ruin it after just like, everything is going so well, and I just still want to rip my heart out and just put it on the plate. That song really, I'm glad you all mentioned it, so I didn't have to, but I'm still mentioning it anyway. La Mer is a favorite. Those textures and you already mentioned the Glacial Great Below. God, but those aren't my 3 favorites, really. I love Deviations. I don't have this Deviation. It's here somewhere. We got a whole nother record of all these pieces of the record that were unreleased. And it breathed more life. Thank you for showing it. It's here somewhere. Thank you, Barrett. All right, so okay. Thank you. All right, buddy. Hone it down. 3 tracks.
That's
here
a
we
waterfall
go.
in Iceland, by the way.
Yes, nice. And the flowers on the back. This is like this imagery is just ingrained in me forever. 3 tracks. Brett, you mentioned we share the same number 3, just like you imagined. That pummel, that drop D bass line, the Mike Garson piano. It just brings the house down. The way it just kicks my ass. Second favorite track is gonna go to right, and it's The Big Come Down, which it's kind of buried in the second disc. I love the second disc, but it is sort of towards the end. You kind of forget about it most of the time. It's got art funk, the riff. It's I think the first of the screamed riff, beautiful chorus that we talked about. I just love that head down, line against the blur, Big Come Down, and the chain gang beat. The cathartic guitar release, the way it bubbles up into that solo at the end. The Big Come Down. And my favorite track on here, which has not been mentioned, and was the second single, is "We're in This Together." That is my stereo headphone calibration track every time I'm trying out new headphones. It's "We're in This Together," and it's my all-time favorite Nine Inch Nails song. Love that song. Love the Fragile. I have to stop again because we have to move on with this video. But that album means so damn much to me, and thank you for letting me talk about it.
Right. For Greg, I chose the Downward Spiral.
Okay.
Frank also said Downward Spiral.
Greg, I knew we shared this,
I got
but
the Fragile for Greg there.
I had a feeling it was that, but I just I don't know why my gut said go against it, but here we are.
Well, you expounded so beautifully about this album, and all you guys did. So I don't know how much more I can add to that, other than saying I think it's their richest, most adventurous, most complete work of art in a catalog of wonderful pieces of musical art. It just has every sonic mood, flavor, color, texture that I would associate with Trent Reznor's artistry. The sad thing is that I slept on it at the time. I did not hear this album when it came out, which I'm embarrassed to say. I don't know. I'm not sure why, because I really liked the Downward Spiral and Broken. But I was in 1999. I guess I was just listening to other kinds of music. I had it just wasn't really on my radar, and I just never heard it. It wasn't that I didn't like it. I never heard it, and I didn't hear the albums after it either until I'm going to credit Barrett again too. In 2007 was when Barrett reintroduced me to Nine Inch Nails, and I went back and started checking into all their earlier records that I had missed from after the Downward Spiral. And really, since that time, when I listened to them all back in 2007, this one cemented itself as my favorite, and that's really never changed since. I just think it's incredible for all the reasons you guys all said. I mean, I love that even though it's not in my top 3, I love, again, the Debussy reference. La Mer is my favorite piece by Debussy. It's this piece that got me into classical music when I was a teenager, so the fact that it even references it in the title is amazing. I agree with Barrett that I think the left half is superior, but I agree with Frank that the right half is pretty amazing too, and I love them both. I don't think there's a weak track on the record. And I'm not going to really say any more because you guys captured it all. It's just a great album. But I will talk a little bit about the 3 songs that I did want to pick. Number 3 is the title track, which I think has absolutely stunning lead guitar work as a guitar player. I listened to that and I'm like, wow. And maybe you guys would know. I don't know who played the lead guitar on that song, but whichever member it was, kudos, because it's incredible.
Number 10. I think it's him. I think it's Big Cheese. I think it's TR.
Okay, well, it's godlike. It's inspirational as a guitarist. Number 2, Frankie just mentioned We're in This Together. Scalding, blistering song. What an epic chorus. It might be their most epic chorus. I love this track. Definitely in my top 5 Nine Inch Nails songs. And my favorite track, and probably my favorite at the moment song by the band, is The Day the World Went Away. I mean, what else can you say about this song? It's cinematic to the extreme. It's incredible the way it's arranged. It's moving. It hits you like when you're seeing an epic movie on the screen, and there's just something happening on the screen that like touches your heart, and you just feel your whole body vibrating with what the emotions that are being portrayed. I feel like this song does that to me. The guitar riff, again, we're going to talking about guitar riffs. The guitar riff in this song is so killer. It reminds me of one of my all-time favorite guitarists, John McGuck. His work in Magazine and Susie and the Banshees. And also a little bit of Brian Eno and Robert Fripp's work, like some of the early Brian Eno solo albums have that kind of piercing, heart-rending guitar thing, or Heroes even. I just love it. It's incredible. And then I think, was it you, Frank, or you, Brett, who mentioned the na 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 refrain? I love that. It's very Bowie. It's very like 70s Bowie. So the fact that he incorporated so many different eras of music that I love on this record really makes it a complete meal. And there's not really much else to say. You guys said, you talked about it more than I even have, but yeah, The Fragile, I can't pick anything else. So.
And how about that great line, "I won't let you fall apart"?
Oh yeah,
so good.
And when it finally came out, you forgave him for taking 5 years to make it.
Oh, it was such
it was just kind of like, okay, the 5 years just disappeared.
There was so much music and so much to get lost into that it didn't matter anymore. And it kept me waiting, even though with Teeth took that long.
You can really see the care and I mean, maybe overboard, but like maybe not. Maybe
it was sad. It was sad to me that it didn't do so well because.
But I mean, it has in retrospect, and
in retrospect, everybody. It's like if you knew from the ground floor, I was one of the ground floor people. You knew that it was special, and I'm just glad everybody else is finally getting.
Well, I think we're partly that reason because we kept convincing people
it's like, no, you're wrong. You're wrong. It's that good. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely remember taking a lot of heat from people for liking that album when it came out. They're like, "Oh, they suck now." And I'm like, "Oh God, here we go."
Sorry, they're not Limp Bizkit, but sorry, this is so much more.
I mean,
so
that
much
was a
more.
big part of it. The
It
musical
was.
landscape at the
It was the
time
wrong thing at the
sucked. I
wrong
mean, we
time.
were
Yeah.
knee deep in new metal and all that stuff, and
Manson was
people just
massive. I mean, yeah.
weren't ready for something like that, or at
No,
least the
but your
masses
kids are
weren't.
gonna love it. But your kids are gonna love it.
Yeah.
Sorry. All right, Brett.
All right, what'd you guys pick for me?
I was
Frank
wrong.
says
Yeah.
broken.
I picked Broken as well.
Greg says Pretty Hate Machine, and Barrett said broken. Going into this, I assumed broken was going to be my number one, but I
I
ended
just
up
thought you'd
going
talk
with,
about it.
I'm in the minority here. I ended up going with Pretty Hate Machine.
The
This was
OG.
this was my entry point. 1989 debut album. I grew up in Chicago, and when this album came out, I was already living in Arizona, and we would take trips back. And this one particular trip, we would go to as a kid growing up in Chicago. Like you'd look forward to summer because we'd go to Great America up in Gurnee by the Wisconsin border, and that was like the highlight of the year. And so on this trip back to Chicago, we ended up going to Great America, and I was waiting in line. I'm going to just guess and say it was for the Demon roller coaster because that was my favorite. There was a girl in front of me that had a T-shirt, and on the back it said Nine Inch Nails, and I was like, just the name of it struck me. I had never heard them before, didn't know what they sounded like. So, this is like what, pre-internet, so you couldn't just look things up, So I just remember coming back to Arizona, and my birthday came around, and my sister took me to Zia Records in Tempe and said, pick out 5 cassette tapes for your birthday. And Pretty Hate Machine was one of, there's just these memories you have of certain albums when you buy. The cassette tape for Pretty Hate Machine, I remember, had a black shell to it, and that was kind of a unique thing back then, I remember. I also remember getting the first Bad Brains album that day, and Living Color Vivid, all on cassette. Just these weird things you remember, and that's
Oh, the
like
day, man.
35 years, close to 35 years ago. So yeah, it's not a perfect album. I don't think it's a perfect album, but it's my favorite one in the catalog. Number 3 for me, Something I Can Never Have, which I feel like everyone has mentioned, or at least 2 of the 3.
Sorry.
Number
I
2
love it.
hasn't been talked about. I'm gonna say it, Head Like a Hole. I watched MTV's 120 Minutes and Headbangers Ball religiously. So, and at some point it was on either one of those shows. Maybe it was on both of them. It was heavy enough to be on the metal show, and also alternative enough to be on 120 minutes. So I saw that when that debuted. And here we go, Barrett. My number 1 pick, Ring Finger.
It's the Jane's Addiction sample, isn't it?
I always wait for the Had a Dad sped up. Da, 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 booga, booga. I mean, it's such a treat waiting for it. It's like there's like one false alarm of it earlier, and you're just like, okay, here it comes, and then you're like, wait a minute, no, it's the next one. It's like this permanent fakie that
and completely superior to the demo version called Twist.
Twist.
I don't know if you've heard that.
I haven't heard the demo.
It's literally called Twist.
Huh.
It's in the Dropbox somewhere.
Is it?
Look for it later. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Like they definitely vastly improved it when it became the final version.
I think it's a really unique song. It's got that like sinister kind of vibe to it. I don't know. Anyways, Ring Finger, the closing track, is my number 1 pick. So there you have it. Pretty Hate Machine, my number 1.
Nice job.
Bringing it on home.
All right. Whew, we did it. Okay. You guys ready to hit the non-albums?
Let's do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So thank you, everyone that's still tuned in. We are going to go around again, and we're going to do, Nine Inch Nails has released a large body of work.
Would you say it's a plethora?
Plethora, I think, would be a fair statement. I almost said that. So we're going to start with Barrett at number 10 and work our way to our favorite non-album track.
Oof. Okay. I'm going to go with A little known track. It was a Pretty Hate Machine B-side called Maybe Just Once.
Thank you for picking that one. It's so cheesy. Awesome. Yes.
Yeah, I don't even know. I mean, this is obviously a bootleg 45. But there's something I think about that song that is the exact same reason that people love With Sympathy. It is just the right amount of dance floor cheese that like it just works. I don't know. I think it's a good pop song. And it was great. I actually went to my friend Stephanie and Chris's wedding in New Orleans, and they played this at their wedding maybe
They
just
did.
once. And so it was really fun to dance at a wedding to that song. I never in a million years would have thought that would have happened. But yeah, maybe just once.
Cool.
Check it out if you haven't.
All right.
That was my number 11. So thank you for putting it. I'm so glad someone talked about
Oh,
it.
and
Thanks.
we are all these non-album tracks, we are gonna compile along with our 3 favorite picks each. So if you want to tune into each of our individual picks, if you're curious, links will be in the description. So over to you, Frank, number 10.
Right. And I know we talked about this. Usually the rules of this we have remixes, covers. Our rules were it had to be a 9 Inch Nails track. So we didn't pick any collaborative tracks. We didn't pick any Manson stuff. We didn't put any remixes of Puff Daddy or whatever, blah, blah, blah on it. God, I just said the 2 most problematic people in his catalog, but whatever. What am I doing? Anyway,
Frank.
I know I'm going to get it together. But that said, unlike when we do these ranking videos, I usually leave the covers on the cutting room floor because I feel like the originals are superior, or just it doesn't really rank in my top tracks. But I picked 2 covers in my list, and their covers are so good, from Adam and the Ants to even the U2 cover is pretty darn good. But my number 10 is "Get Down, Make Love" from the Sin single in 1990. I love Bowie. I love T-Rex. I never loved Queen, but I love how trashy this cover is. The vocal distortion, the sleazy beat, the wannabe Ministry vibes to it. Just the moans. It just feels me like a disgusting animal every time I hear it. And I also feel invincible. So, "Get Down, Make Love," number 10.
All right, Greg, number 10.
I guess I'm the first one who's going to talk about "Still," which is how would you describe it? My NIN nerds here.
Perfect.
It's an appendage release to the live album, which has some older tracks and some tracks that were newly released just for this particular record. And it's incredible. It has some of my favorite songs by the band on it. And for number 10, I'm going to go with a lovely track called "Adrift and at Peace." God, don't you love that title? Which is pure Debussy, Eric Satie, wistful, haunting, lovely piano goodness. It's just a sublime song. So yeah, number 10, "Adrift and at Peace."
All right. Number 10 for me, exclusive to the vinyl edition of With Teeth, is the track "Home." Really raw, live sounding drums on that one. There's this like doubling or maybe tripling of the chorus vocal with a high voice and a little synth sound. Really, really nice. So number 10 for me is the track "Home," exclusive to the vinyl edition of With Teeth.
Hot jam.
It's also on the 45 of The Hand That Feeds. It's I have a copy.
It is. It is. Yeah, I have it somewhere too. It's on there.
Isn't it on the 10-inch?
Maybe.
Yep, it's on the 10-inch.
Yeah.
Because I wrote a note about it.
All right, Barrett, number 9.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. I don't have a physical copy of this anywhere. But we talked about "A Warm Place," the Stella Soleil version.
Nice.
Yes. There was a version of "A Warm Place" that there's a story behind, that I'm not gonna bore everybody with right now. You can look it up. Stella Soleil just literally put her vocals on top of the track. And who's somebody, I think Frank, you were talking about the feminine addition to Nine Inch Nails. That was the perfect compliment. She nailed it. It is it that I mean that song is already just so hauntingly beautiful. And I mean, whatever, we can talk about how it ripped off Crystal Japan and all that, but it doesn't matter. He made it his own. And then when she put her vocals on top of it, it added another layer to it that, I mean, I can listen to that thing on loop forever and would be fine. So it is a bit, I think, kind of hard to find. I'm sure you could find it on YouTube actually, but
She put it out on an EP. She actually finally released an EP with it like not that long ago. So it's
really,
out.
like
Yeah,
a
it's on
physical
band.
copy?
Not Bandcamp, but it's out.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think on that Bandcamp thing, she explains the story. So that's a good place to find out how that all came to be and almost wasn't, sort of wasn't, but ended up happening. Anyway, yeah, that's my number 9.
All right, Frank, number 9.
And again, thank you for picking that. Not on mine, but also thank you for talking about it. Number 9 for me is the precursor mix of Closer. I can't believe no one's talked about Closer. I know it's like the, every overplayed single, the frat boy jam, whatever you want to call it. But I was torn between picking either the precursor mix of this or the re-recorded nasty Closer to God, which is less of a remix and more of a redone version of that song. But I wanted to give space to the hellish, heartbeat-driven, organic and mechanical at the same time remix by Coil, which was also featured in the opening credits of Seven, most famously, which is the first collaboration of any sort with Trent Reznor and David Fincher, who would go on to score many films, including Social Network, Bird Box. Oh no, Bird Box wasn't Fincher. Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, Gone Girl, Bird Box.
Fincher also directed the video for Only.
He did. That's right. But yeah, we
Your
talked earlier about
laptop with the impression thing.
with the pins. Yeah, yeah. We talked earlier about Coil a little bit, about Peter Christopherson's work with the band and how it's been so interwoven with Nine Inch Nails. The Wish video, the March of the Pigs videos, Broken Fix, Further Down the Spiral, How to Destroy Angels, the band name. But really, this mix, I just love it. The way it opens and evolves and throbs and gets nasty and beat driven and takes every part of the song and blows it out into this bizarre Coil-esque hellscape. Closer, precursor, my number 9.
Greg?
All right, for number 9, I'm going to pick The New Flesh from the We're in This Together single, also on the Fragile vinyl edition. It's a really cool song. It starts off very, very minimalistic, but there's this riff that starts coming in around 2 minutes in that is just a total banger. It's one of those Nine Inch Nails riffs where you're just like, yeah. I love it. So yeah, The New Flesh.
It's on the Fragile too. I don't know if you mentioned that. I don't know if you heard it. It's on the record.
Frank mentioned about cover songs, and generally I, with some exceptions in some of the rankings that we've done, I've picked a cover, but there's just certain bands that do really, really interesting and good covers. While there's some bands that I find their cover versions a little lackluster, and that makes me think of The Cure and U2. But I think Nine Inch Nails did some really great covers. And number 9 for me is the Gary Newman version of the Nine Inch Nails version of Gary Newman's Metal. We talked about this before filming. I had the things. Well, I found that for like $9 years ago and ended up selling it. And while prepping for this video, I instantly regretted it. That came out back in 2000. It's yeah, what else can I say about it? I mean, I love Gary Newman. That Metal originally appeared on the Pleasure Principle album, and I know they're both fans of one another, so it's a great version. Metal, number 9 for me. Barrett, number 8.
Okay. Oh, yes, we'll go with that one. I thought this was awesome. It, to me, harkened back to the days of Broken and whatnot. And I was just all in on it. And I was like, yes, please, more of this. Tetsuo, the Bullet Man. If you don't know, check it out.
It's a oh.
It is exactly that. It is noisy as hell. And it took me forever to get this physically. I don't know how easy it is to get these days, but it it's a banger. That's it. That's all I'm going to say about it.
Nice.
All right, Frank, you're number 8.
My number 8, it's so low, but it's another cover, and I almost didn't include it because I was kind of being bitchy about it. But it's Dead Souls. It's the Joy Division cover. I can't not include it because it was, other than the Downward Spiral, was my gateway. It was the first time I bought this again for like Big Empty, and I think I'd heard Helmet, and I was like, this is cool. I'm gonna get this, and then it turned me on to so much music: Medicine, Jesus and Mary Chain, and The Cure, big love of mine, and Nine Inch Nails. The original is cool. This is one song I think bests the original by far. Just it's a slower texture, it's more understated, but then it explodes in a pummeling cacophony. Dead Souls. Oh yeah, and it trickles off. No big deal at the end. Just kind of farts away in the wind. Dead Souls, number 8.
Greg, over to you, number 8.
This might be a kind of a cliche pick, but I'm going to go with The Perfect Drug from the Lost Highway soundtrack.
That's all right.
It's it's one of the band's signature songs. It's so much so that it's hard to remember sometimes that it's not an album track, because it just feels like one of those, one of their more popular songs. It just feels like it's not a B-side or whatever, but I can't deny it. It's a great song, so it had to make it on my list. Really not much else to say about it. Perfect Drug. Everybody knows it. Everybody loves it.
Number 8 for me, released in 1997, the year of Air Bud. Also, The Perfect Drug from the Lost Highway soundtrack. The 90s produced some killer soundtracks. I always think of, Singles, Lost Highway, The Crow, for me, are 3 of the most iconic soundtracks of the 1990s. Yep. That drum break towards the end, wow. And then that just subtle outro is a real kind of departure. Very cool song. Number 8 for me is The Perfect Drug.
Number 7.
Number 7.
The Perfect Drug. Yeah. It's really funny to me because I actually distinctly remember not liking it when it first came out. I was actually like, this sucks. It was so repetitive. The perfect drug, the perfect drug, you are the perfect drug, it just like kept, I was like, all right, I get it. But over the years, it warmed up to me. Finally, him playing it live was a big deal, and it actually does really work well live. It was ridiculous that it took him that long to premiere it live. But for me, it really is the latter half of the song, like you said, from the moment that the blue video turns green, like boom.
Oh, you mean the absinthe trip? The absinthe part? Yeah.
And all the way through the end where it gets sad and without you, everything falls apart. Like, I mean, that's classic Nine Inch Nails, that whole last half of it. It is funny to me to see a song that like I said, I really didn't like to be on my list at all. It shows what time can do, I think, on your opinions on things. And the video was dope. Let's be real. Like, it was cool. Everybody looked cool. It was, I mean, yeah. And that movie, it's one of those movies that I'm like, it's such a uneasy watch that yeah, it's got to be on the list. I mean, obviously you guys put it on there too, so I don't feel weird about it. I'm glad it's on there. I'm glad it's in the catalog. I think even Trent himself said once that it was his least favorite song that he ever wrote, but I think he's probably warmed up to it himself now as well, considering he plays it live now. And I'm glad. I'm glad it's there.
Yeah, I didn't like it either when it came out. It took some time to warm up to it, but yeah, I like it enough now to put it as number 8. So, all right, Frank, over to you, number 8. Oh no.
No
way.
fooling, guys.
Let's go.
Number 7. I can't. That happened. See, unlike Barrett and Brett, I loved it when it came out. I was waiting for it. It was what it helped me out between that gap between the Fragile and Downward Spiral. What an emotional roller coaster of a song. I agree. The first half is a little repetitive. I mean, is he the perfect drug? Is it? Are you? I don't know. Who is? Who's the perfect drug? I'm not sure. Anyway, the drum and bass elements I thought were really cool. What clinches for me is the mournful outro and the way it blends into the rest of the Lost Highway soundtrack. I love the way it goes into what no, not that's I. It goes into the Red Bats with Teeth track on the Lost Highway soundtrack. Masterful. It's such a great soundtrack construction. The video we already talked about, so we're good there. I love the remix single. I clocked so many listens. I have all 3 parts of it. I can't. The second one's here somewhere, but here's part 2 and 3. Number 1's on the floor somewhere. This remix single of The Perfect Drug. Barrett, do you have the CD? Thank you. If you don't, that Halo, The Perfect Drug remixes. There it is. That was what got me through that 5-year wait. Listening to that so many times. It got me into Plug. It got me into The Orb. Who I love The Orb. So I almost picked the 9 Inch Nails mix, and I almost picked the Plug mix. And you know what? I'm going to pick the 9 Inch Nails mix of it, which just rips the track to shreds. It's repetitive, dissonant, and that's what I'm going to go, just to be contrarian to y'all. It's Perfect Drug, but the 9 Inch Nails remix from the Halo.
All right, Greg, number 7.
Number 7, I'm going to go with the track Non-Entity from the Ninja's 2009 Summer Tour EP. It's eerie, it's dense, it's angular. It's just like a fascinating little track. I really enjoy it. So don't have much else to say about it. It's just a cool one. And if that's another one where people haven't heard it, I think they should check it out. So Non-Entity.
Greg, we are lining up here. Number 7 for me, Non-Entity. 2009. To have Eric Avery back in Jane's Addiction was just so important. I was so excited about that. It was the most I ever spent on concert tickets up to that point. So my brother and I could be in the pit and stand lean against the stage while Jane's Addiction opened up with 3 Days. It was incredible. So yeah, I bring that up because that was obviously on the Summer Tour EP, which Greg referenced. Ninja, standing for 9 Inch Nails, Jane's Addiction, of course. So that was an outtake from the With Teeth sessions, but should have been on the album, in my opinion, based on that little 3-track run that I referenced when I was talking about With Teeth. Dave Grohl on drums, and it's a great performance. So number 7 for me, Non-Entity.
Well, I hate to say it, but Non-Entity.
This never happens. Yeah.
What's really annoying to me is I went crazy because I know I have that EP and I can't find the little sampler. I went through all of my stuff and I'm like, where is it? Because now I can't show it. But the interesting thing, like you said about that track, was it was like that EP when they put it out. That was not the first time we heard it. We heard an acoustic version of it that he did for a Hurricane Katrina benefit. And it was just, and this is another thing that makes me crazy. At the benefit, it was just him and a piano, and he had like this little boombox little thing that like played a beat for him. And it was a really just stripped down version of it. And him on the piano, great version. I do prefer the full band version, the one on the Ninja sampler. I think that is great. But the acoustic version is worth listening to as well. It was great. It was a very you could tell. I mean, a guy he New Orleans, even the fact that he doesn't live there anymore, that's like his home. And I think when Katrina hit and he was doing this benefit, you could hear it in his voice. Like he really was pouring himself out. And So it's a great B-side. It's a great track. I'm glad you guys picked it because I didn't think it would be anywhere on anybody's list, but I'm glad it is.
All right. Oh,
I regret not having it on mine, guys. I'm sorry I couldn't just share in this
boo,
revelry. I
boo.
know I love it a lot, and I kind of, if I can go back now and I would boot Get Down, Make Love. I just want to talk about that trashy song, but really, Non-Entity deserves to be on my list. It's so good, and actually, the first time we really heard it was also that Bootblacks track version, but at the Bauhaus tour. They were playing it on that tour before it got released. They were playing
Oh, live. Yeah, yeah,
with
yeah.
Bauhaus. Yeah, live. Yeah. So it was like, and then it never
But
got
that
released
wasn't
until
before the
next year.
Katrina benefit.
No, it was Katrina, then the Bauhaus tour, then
Yeah,
the
yeah,
release.
yeah, yeah.
But at that point, it was amazing that it worked.
Yeah, right, right. That was the summer tour with like the cage, the little
Yes.
fence thing that came
Yeah.
down.
So just on the background of your video there back there. So I'm sorry I didn't pick Non-Entity, guys. I'm really sorry I didn't. But what I will want to talk about now is I don't know if this will be on anybody else's list either, but it's on mine. Is 10 Miles High from the Fragile, which I find to be a very underwater, dissonant, caustic, ugly little track. Angry High School me really connected to this one. You can hear, yep. You can hear it a little bit on the Fragile. It kind of bleeds into The Mark Has Been Made, into Please, but on the record it really unfolds. I love that. I love that. There's another Bone Machine reference in this one. The chains on the drums and the bass line, the dun dun bum bum dun dun. But then the way it hits hard, and then it's kind of like goes underwater, and it just goes underwater from there. I once took a graphing calculator and wrote in math class in 11th, 12th grade. Kevin can attest to this. Just wrote "Tear it all down, tear it all down, tear it all down." Another Buddha Boys choir. Tear it all down, tear it all down, tear it all down. 10 Miles High, 1999.
Number 6, Greg.
Okay, so you just mentioned, one of you guys just mentioned Bauhaus, and ironically enough, that was in my notes for the next song, which is a song called "Home" from The Hand That Feeds 10-inch, and the With Teeth vinyl edition. Well, you guys picked that already too. But I love this track. And I really like how the EBO and the drums kind of work together, and that's the part that reminded me of Bauhaus. It just I feel like Daniel Ash's ghost is kind of on this song. So yeah, Home.
I actually saw them open a show with that song once.
Same, yeah. The
It
Terminal
was
5.
like,
Terminal 5.
is that what it was? Yeah.
It was
Oh,
one,
maybe it
yeah.
was a couple of shows, but like,
Couple of
yeah,
them. They
it
like
was
to do
an
that.
odd choice for an opener, but I was
Also,
like,
Mansfield too. When we
That's
were at
right.
Mansfield, that was
Yep.
such a nice experience. Yeah, Home.
Number 6 for me.
oh wow,
You did it. You did it.
wow.
Zoo Station. So, God, I can't believe this thing came out in 2011. So Tung Baby covered, which was included in an issue at the time of Q Magazine, the British magazine, as a 20th anniversary tribute album to U2's Tung Baby, which came out in 1991. I was too late getting the actual CD, so I ended up buying it on iTunes back then, and then printing on the CD there. And I'm sure I could get a printed copy of that these days. But what was really interesting about the Nine Inch Nails version of Zoo Station is the original one. Like when you think of the way Achtung Baby opens up, it has that really, pun intended, edgy kind of guitar part that comes in. It's a little noisy and aggressive sounding, especially for U2 coming off of Joshua Tree and Rattle and Hum, and then they came out with Zoo Station and The Fly, which was a now it all makes sense listening in hindsight, but back then it was a really dramatic departure for U2. But then Trent Reznor took just an opposite approach, and he kind of emphasized the more delicate moments of the song, and I think that's really interesting about the cover version is and it comes off totally successful. If you've never heard the rest of this tribute album, Depeche Mode does a really good cover of So Cruel, and Gavin Friday's version of The Fly is also pretty excellent. So,
I love the Garbage cover. The Garbage cover is really good.
Oh yeah.
Who's Gonna Ride Your
Patti
Wild
Smith's on there, right? Jack White, I feel like.
Yeah.
Yeah. So number 6 for me, Zoo Station.
And it's funny you mentioned that too, because I think Bono and the Edge were listening to a lot of Broken and Pretty Hate Machine. I think there was like a circle of influence on Octone Baby, and that helped them get more abrasive. So it's cute. That stuff.
What
All
number
right,
are we up to?
back to Barrett, top 5.
Top 5. Okay. Well, this is a weird one for a variety of reasons. But it would be a mistake for me not to put it on my list just because it's awesome. At the Heart of It All by basically
You did it.
Aphex Twin. So on Further Down the Spiral, he got Aphex Twin to work on some stuff, and there's a track on there that is essentially an Aphex Twin track, and it's instrumental. It is just awesome. It's so moody. It's just it's like the sound of a machine that is alive or something, like that just became self-aware. And I don't know. I every time I hear it, even still to this day, the machine noises, but there's also these horns that go
Horns.
over it.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh my God. It's a really good, the composition's wonderful. And I mean, you can't say enough about Richard D. James, right? So I had an opportunity to mention Aphex Twin. I figured I had to go with it. So At the Heart of It All.
Right on.
Yeah, and I kicked that off my list because I didn't think it counted, but I'm glad you talked about it. Thank you. And actually, I'm looking at my notes for my number 5, and I wrote mention non-entity here because this is what kicked non-entity off your list, and it's Home. Because if I was going to pick one track from With Teeth, and this is one of those ones in preparing for this video, where like, does Home count on With Teeth? Because if it counts on With Teeth, I won't mention it here. I'll put non-entity on here, and we'll just be done with it. But this is a complicated catalog with complicated rules. So Home is here instead. It is my favorite track on With Teeth. And it's on the definitive vinyl. This is my original vinyl copy. Greg, you mentioned the EBO on it, that deep bass groove, the pummeling drum outro. And Barrett, you mentioned seeing it live as an opening of a show. It's going to be a special show when it opens up. It's another one of those songs that I love the way it just ends with the drums. Just the drums kind of just take it home. And take it home. Yeah, there we go. I'm done. See you later. Track number 5, Home.
All right, Greg.
All right, for number 5, I'm going to go with one of their classic songs, I think, Deep from the Lara Croft Tomb Raider soundtrack.
Classic, he says.
It's like one of those songs, like it's one of their soundtrack classics, like Perfect Drug and Dead Souls and a few
I think
others.
most people would call it infamous.
It's oh man, cool. No, back to you.
I agree though, man. I like it a lot. So
It kind of rips. I like it better the older I get. Go on.
I love its slinky bestial energy. It's just, it's like, how did you describe Get Down, Make Love before? It's like one of those. It's just got this
trashy. Yeah.
yeah.
And I feel like I've said this now in this show we've been doing. I've said this so many times, and I've just realized for the first time, for me, one of the defining things about Nine Inch Nails that I love is that like they have these songs that start out one way, and then partway through the song, this riff just starts to come in that just like takes over, and I love that. And this is a perfect example. It's like it's got this menacing fuzzy bass, and it just slowly grows and grows until it's this colossal Godzilla of sound just hitting you over the head. And then you get that chorus where hi. I love that. It's borderline cheesy, but it's freaking awesome. And I want to mention before I finish this. This is one of those Nine Inch Nails songs where I have a memory from my lifetime where it connects to, and I instantly think about it. And that is, it involves you two gentlemen. Back when we were all in the house together in like 2014, I guess, we all went to karaoke one night together, band karaoke, and you guys picked this song, and I didn't really know well, and I remember, I'll never forget. So whenever I hear this song, I think of you guys singing it.
Oh God,
Big bad wolf gonna eat us all up someday, buddy.
I gotta go make a withdrawal.
Frank bending over like, Steve, Steve.
I forgot we
I'm
did
just
that. That
always
must've been great
amazed
fun.
when we go to karaoke that is one of the
That's
Nine Inch
on
Nails
there.
songs on the list.
Yeah.
You get like
Classic.
3 or 4 Nine Inch Nails songs at every karaoke place, and Deep is one of them.
And it sounds the best out of any of them. That's the one that actually sounds good. Like,
It's wild, but I will say, just to add, it rips live. I actually really like hearing it live. The video, like your like your kid says, it's a bit sus. Um,
uh,
but we'll forgive him for that one. I think the song's okay though.
all
Like I
right.
said, I like it live.
That song
It
is
sounds
just all right
great.
with me. I really like it now. I'm cool with it.
I'm gonna go with Not So Pretty Now for my number 5, also from the Ninja
Ooh.
2009 Summer Tour EP, another outtake from With Teeth Sessions. I think this one should have also been on the album. The slightly overdriven bass feels more like a traditional rock band approach in the Nine Inch Nails catalog. Maybe you could even call it post-punk, but number 5, Not So Pretty Now.
Brett, I think that was the first time that I was like, I hate that song. I actually
Ah,
that song I can't stand, and it reminds me of another song that I can't stand that's on With Teeth, Getting Smaller.
Mm.
I like that song.
Those 2 tracks, I don't know, they just never hit me the right way, and they just kind of bugged me, and I always hated when they played it live because I was like, this is a waste of a set list spot. Um, but
Would
you
you
know,
rather have
sometimes you
You
got
Not
to
see him
go
So
to the back
85.
room or
Now or Getting
whatever, you know.
Smaller on the album?
Ooh. Well, when you see him 85 times, I mean, you know, you got to come. It's got to be about the songs you don't know, you don't hear, right? You know.
That's right.
So yeah.
All right, Barrett, we're over to you, number 4.
Number 4. Okay. I want to mention a song, but I'm not sure if it counts. So if it doesn't, we can wipe it clean and just,
You put the Aphex Twin one in there, so if you did that, man, whatever else goes, I'd say.
I all right, just
Bring it.
I'm gonna hold up a CD and you just say yay or nay.
No, we said
No,
that was not the rules, man. Then yeah, it's gotta be an
no.
original.
It's out, right?
I
I
wanted
wasn't
to.
sure if he was actually credited as Nine Inch Nails on that track. And I just couldn't. Oh, Frank's gonna dig it up. I mean, when you think about that song and the video and everything, it seems like it should be in there, and it should at least be talked about maybe for a second. Maybe it doesn't count on the list or whatever, but how can we not talk about I'm Afraid of Americans? Um, who Trent and Bowie kind of at their best, I think. And the video was awesome. I was super bummed because I was actually in college at the time, right down the block from where they were shooting it. And I just couldn't get close enough to them. But they just recently put out like the super HD clear crisp version of the video. And I can see like my old job in the video. Like I worked at Pearl Paint back in the day, and there it was, right? And I was like, oh my God, I was right there. Um, but anyway, that track just rules. I'm so glad that they still play it live.
What
Okay,
about the Ice Cube
I've
mix?
talked enough about it.
What about the Ice Cube mix, man? Welcome to America. We're here to scare you. Alphabet bury you. Fat Bull Terrier. I got
it
it.
was worth bringing up.
Yeah, no, I admire your attempt. Thank you. I want to get the vinyl anyway. It gave me an excuse.
Okay, so what am I at? 4? Is this 4?
4.
4.
Okay. This was definitely brought up already, but I gotta go with Dead Souls. I think at the time, especially at the time that the soundtrack came out, the fact that covered Joy Division and did it well. Like, very few bands cover Joy Division well. And it's not just because I'm a big Nine Inch Nails fan. I thought they really just nailed it. And Dead Souls of Joy Division's whole discography, for them to pick Dead Souls and just crush it the way they did. And you know, they consistently played it live back in the day, and it was awesome. It was always awesome. And I think 2005, the Madison Square Garden with Teeth show, I got into the sound check, and I just remember when they were leading us into the arena, they had already had just started playing, and I remember just walking through an empty Madison Square Garden onto the floor, walking straight up to Nine Inch Nails playing Dead Souls, and I was wearing my Joy Division shirt, and we ended up having a meet and greet right after, and Trent commented on my shirt. He said, I saw your shirt when we were up there, and I was like, well, you guys were killing it, thank you. And I just remember saying thank you for doing justice to Joy Division. So we had a quick chat about Joy Division, and that was fun. So yeah, Dead Souls.
Great
Come
choice.
on.
Gotta do it.
All right, Frank, that's you, number 4.
All right, the deepest of cuts for my number 4. The Great Collapse
Ooh.
from Things Falling Apart. It's not a remix. It's a sexy, funky, mostly instrumental piece that's unique to this collection and has some shared vocal elements of The Wretched, but it is not a remix of The Wretched. It's the same way I love the Fragile tracks share motifs and share lyrics. This is a purely exclusive piece that is buried on this remix record, which is kind of hit or miss. We already talked about the feminine vocals, and I wish that happened more in the catalog. So The Great Collapse, I implore you to check this one out. It's so, so sexy and so good. Number 4.
Number 4, Greg.
As soon as I finished talking about my last one, I realized I had a complete brain fart, and I got to it. I was so excited, I jumped ahead, and I was mixing up what I wanted to say about Deep and what I wanted to say about the next song, which is 10 Miles High, which Frank also picked, I believe. So yes, what I said about the slinky bestial energy of Deep is on, and that the riff that comes in halfway through. But then the part I was talking about with the menacing fuzzy bass and the Godzilla of sound and the high echo part, that was all stuff I wanted to say about 10 Miles High. So I'm just repeated it, and there's not much else to say. It's on a bunch of things. It's on the We're in This Together single, the Fragile vinyl edition, and the Things Falling Apart remix album. So it's there on a lot of things. But I think, as Frank mentioned, it's a really cool song. So yeah, that's my number 4, 10 Miles High.
The Things Falling Apart version isn't as good as the other ones, but still great.
Yeah, I totally forgot it was on here. Look at that.
Number 4 for me, Nine Inch Nails have released, as we've already discussed, a lot of instrumental pieces, not just in the Ghost releases, but also spread across some of the albums. But of all the instrumental pieces in the Nine Inch Nails canon, this is my absolute favorite, and that is Adrift and At Peace from 2002 on the Still EP. I know Greg already mentioned that. I'm not going to say any more about it other than the fact that if you've never heard it before, give that one a listen. It's a beautiful track. Number 4, Adrift and At Peace.
Well, coming right off of that,
Top 3.
yeah, I'm doubling down on Still, and I'm going with And All That Could Have Been. I mean, And All That Could Have Been is, I mean, when I was in tears. I was in actual tears when I saw this live for the first time. I remember when this came out, and we got this little extra nugget attached that I don't think anybody truly realized and understood the magnitude of this EP, whatever you want to call it. I know. And this, more than anything, I thought, showed where his direction was going to go. And I mean, he made an entire second career now out of these haunting instrumentals that became scores. And but even with all that, the scoring aside, this one I think he called it the soundtrack to a rainy day when it came out. And it truly is. We can talk about the the other versions of Something I Can Never Have and The Fragile and Becoming and all that, but like those instrumentals really, really, and the one bonus song and all that could have been. I remember the first time I saw it in New Orleans, I literally went down and had a drink at the Buddha Bar across the street from where Nothing Studios used to be. And I just was having a drink, literally looking across the street and just thinking about when these things were made and whatnot. And then I went to the show at the Sanger Theater in New Orleans, and he actually he said, "This is a song that I wrote just up the road." And it just hit, I was just there having this kind of moment. And then he said that, played the song, and I just waterworks. That song is beautiful. It's just a beautiful song. And I think for a lot of Nine Inch Nails fans, it's kind of a holy grail to see live, because I don't think anybody ever thought he would actually play it. And now that he has a few times, I think everybody's like, yeah, that's the one. Give us that song. Give us that song, please. Frank, I hope you get it.
Thank you. I've never heard it live. That's when I missed the COVID.
That song really is a highlight, not just in the non-album tracks, but in general. That song would be in my top 5 of all Nine Inch Nails. So let's move on.
Well said.
I mean, yeah, same. And I'm saving my still spots for the last 2, because. But I'll talk about still for a minute anyway, because you made me. When we did this ranking, we counted the EPs. We counted a lot of work that maybe folks at home count, don't count. I don't know. I fought really hard to get Still in this ranking, because Still to me is my second favorite Nine Inch Nails release. I like Still more than the Downward Spiral. I just do. Still to me is one of the most important pieces of music that he's ever recorded. One of the best things he's ever done. The most mature things, those re-recorded versions, those instrumentals. I could have easily picked all of Still as this, but I didn't think that was fair to all these other great tracks I'm talking about. So I'm saving my spots for that. And with that being said, I'm jumping straight backwards 5 more years to Burn from the Natural Born Killer soundtrack, which the pummel and release of this song, those smoldering embers, the fire and brimstone choruses, this song is hell in a handbasket. I've heard it so many times live. I love the way it changes, the way that each version is unrecognizable. It takes on new life every time he plays it, and it just kicks ass. So this whole soundtrack is really great. I love Lost Highway for all its Lynchian, quiet, dark jazz moods, but I love how bombastic the Natural Born Killer soundtrack is, and Burn just sits right at the centerpiece of it and just rips. So more on Still in the next 2 tracks. Thank you all for talking about it. But Burn, don't snooze on that one either.
Greg, number 3.
I'm going to continue the Still love, because I agree with everything Frank said about it. It's a magnificent work. For number 3, I'm going with the track "Leaving Hope."
Thank you.
Like much of Still and some of the Ghosts material, I feel like this again reminds me of Debussy. It's, Barrett, you mentioned A Rainy Day. Yeah, this is a rainy song. It's opalescent. It's atmospheric. It's sad. It has such longing embedded in it. And I love bittersweet music, probably above all. So it would be foolish of me to leave this track off, because it fits what I love in music so well. So yeah, Leaving Hope, number 3.
Number 3
Thank
for
you.
me, same as Frank, Burn from the Natural Born Killers soundtrack, 1994. An intense track, which really to me feels like a bridge between Pretty Hate Machine and Broken. Like it just feels like a mixture of those two. And it's a great track. Number 3, Burn.
Number 2, Burn. Yeah, everything you guys said about it. I mean, it really does feel like, I mean, it belongs in that era for sure. It is, there's just something about that song that is just unrelenting and brutal. And it you almost wonder like, man, how did this not end up on the Downward Spiral? Like, how did this end up getting cut? Like, it's so good. And the whole soundtrack is great, and you know, it was produced by Trent, the whole soundtrack, and I really thought he did a great job curating it, and kind of the way he kind of like added all the quotes from the movies and the songs and stuff. It was a really just kind of a fun, it was a different soundtrack. It wasn't like your typical here's 12 songs. It felt like really considered, not just what songs are on there, but it's like Trent made a mixtape for us, basically. Like that's what it kind of felt like. And you know, in these days before Spotify playlists and all that, it was kind of cool to get this kind of insight into this artist that we all really loved. Going, oh wow, Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan, cool. Like, you know, like it was just a really diverse, you know, you got Dr. Dre, you've got Leonard Cohen, you've got Peter Gabriel. I mean, it was a nice little insight into you know, Trent's head, I think. Um, so yeah, but Burn, yeah, it is kind of the quintessential Nine Inch Nails B-side. I think that's really what it is. I think if you talk to any fan of Nine Inch Nails and say Nine Inch Nails B-side, go, Burn. I mean, it would be in 90%, I think, of people's responses.
Flash single though, also single. That's how good. That's how good that track is. Number 2 for me, Leaving Hope. We already talked about it. The deep cellos, the warm synths. It's the cozy sweater version of Depression. I remember when Still came out, I had started making dark ambient music at the time. It was the first thing I ever did as a musician. And believe me, it was nowhere near as good as anything he was ever doing. But I remember putting on Still, listening to it, I'm like, God damn it, this is so close to what I'm doing, but it's so much better. And just being blown away by how Still captured those moods and those things I was trying to feel and trying to emote and emoting myself. And Leaving Hope, to me, the closing track, is the best of the instrumentals. No shade to Adrift in a Piece, to Gone Still. Those tracks are all perfect. And they were all leftover tracks from what? 1 Hour Photo or something, or Man on Fire, one of those soundtracks that he got rejected from doing. Because no one was like, oh, he doesn't have soundtrack work under his belt.
Little did they know.
Yeah, little they know. But anyway, I'm glad that happened because we got Still out of it. And Still is perfect. Leaving Hope is a perfect closing track. And I love it so much. I thank you, everybody who's already included it, and check it out.
Greg, number 2.
A lot of you guys have mentioned this already, but it seems weird to pick a cover, but I'm going to go with Dead Souls for number 2 because it's one of the best covers ever done, in my opinion. It's faithful to the original, but it adds such a deeper layer of color and primal energy to the song. I always say it's kind of like going from an old black and white movie to color. Like it's almost like Nosferatu or something, the 20s movie, and then you got like Christopher Lee and Horror of Dracula. It's just they're both great, but it just takes it in this richer direction. And I was a huge Joy Division fan. Dead Souls was one of my top 2 or 3 favorite songs by them, and when I heard them do this, I was just like, thank you, God. Thank you, Trent. Like you said, he did an amazing job with it. And when I saw them the first time in 1994, that was I believe, the first encore or the second encore. I can't remember which, but it was one of the encores, and it was the highlight of the show. It was so powerful. I was left with my jaw hanging open. So it might be a cover, but he put his stamp on it. So Dead Souls.
You guys are aligned today.
Dead Souls is number 2 for me. Like
Very
Greg,
good.
I was a huge, still am, Joy Division fan since my high school years. And I remember going to see The Crow 3 times in the theater. And, mainly it was to hear the Cure song Burn, just to hear that, because, I was,
Perfectly
exposed to the
placed in the
movie.
movie
And
as
hearing it in the
well.
movie theater was incredible. But I remember watching the movie the first time, and I was like, wait, what is this? What is this? And, of course, recognize Dead Souls in there. Um, you guys have all said everything about it. It's a great cover, and I imagine that this was probably that song was probably a kind of a dual gateway for a lot of people to both Nine Inch Nails and Joy Division. Was that great cover version of it? So Dead Souls number 2 for me.
Nice.
All right, here we go. Number 1.
All right. It's funny because this was, even though I didn't actually rank my top 10 non-album tracks, this was at the top of my list and is, I think, the top of my list. So call it a synchronicity or whatever, but Closer to God. Frank mentioned the precursor version, right? I'm glad because that's awesome too. But Closer to God. Let's talk about Closer to God for a second. This remix, whatever you want to call it, it's just a different, completely different version of Closer that I honestly believe is superior to the one that appears on the Downward Spiral. And in my perfect world, this would be on it instead. Like I and I don't want to be a Closer basher or anything like that, but I just feel like this fits better in the flow of the album and everything. Um, it just feels like a better song. I don't know what it is. I've always felt this way, even upon re-listening to everything recently. As soon as this song comes on, I'm like, yeah, this is where it's at. Um, it's just brutal. It's just kind of this brutal attack. And it's crazy that it's like, the same lyrics and everything, the same content, but it's definitely a very different feel to the Closer that we all know on the Downward Spiral. Um, I was over the moon when they played this version on the Bowie tour. Like, and I really wish it would come back. I just think it's just great. Closer to God. That's my number 1.
Hey,
Right.
if that Piggy remix came back, it's possible Closer to God can come back. That Piggy remix that no one's talked about is awesome.
Trent,
Um,
come on, man. If you're listening, if you're out there, bring Closer to God back. That was the jam.
Although Trent, if you're listening, please keep an All That Could Have Been in your set list because it is my number 1. It is one of my favorite absolute Nine Inch Nails songs. It is just glacial depression, glimmering beauty, the centerpiece of my second favorite Nine Inch Nails release of all time, and one of the best tracks he's ever put to tape. The way the song builds, turns, opens up, brings me to tears. It's so beautiful and moving and perfect. And I kind of didn't even write that much about it because it's I'm speechless just thinking about it. And All That Could Have Been number 1 from 2002 still. Yeah.
Well done. Well done. All right, Greg, number 1.
Well, Frank, you just said everything that I was going to say because my number 1 is also All That Could Have Been. It's utterly transcendent and magnificent. It's one of my favorite songs by the band, definitely in my top 5. It's hard to believe that a composition that, you know, that's special was even on, buried on what's, basically a minor release because it's stunning. And I really don't have anything else to say other than that because, you know, it's been said by you guys, but that I also have never seen him play that live, and that would be my number one pick if I do get to see them live again, would be that track. So pray for me as well, Barrett. So yeah, and all that could have been, if you have not heard this song, people listening, because we all know it, but if you have not heard it, you must, because it's one of the best things he's ever created.
Number one for me, not only my number one pick for non-album tracks, but also, in my opinion, one of the best Nine Inch Nails songs, and all that could have been. Emotional. The electronics in that song make me think of Skinny Puppy. The guitars make me think of The Cure. So it's like kind of like this blend. That part where he yells, "Could have been."
Oh,
It's like a goosebump moment. The backing vocals and harmonies in the last part of the song. Yeah, number one, and all that could have been. We did it, guys.
Yay!
All right. 14 albums we ranked, 10 non-album tracks. I encourage everyone to check out the playlist. Please check out Frank, Barrett, and Greg's links in the description. And please like the video, subscribe, leave comments with your lists of your ranked albums and non-album tracks as well. Once again, thank you to Frank and Greg and to Barrett for your first appearance on the show. And thank you all for watching. We will see you next time.
Good night.